Join me as I dive into the world of young adult fantasy and challenge myself to find the most epic audiobook Meta Essence Gacha in Marvel. What if you could dive into a world where magic and adventure await at every turn? Start the chapter, listen carefully. The baboon turns to Zoro and smirks before making a "come here" motion to the green-haired man. I thought I already defeated all of you. Zoro says and puts a stance, whatever, I will vent on you now. But the unexpected happens when the baboon blitzes to him. Zoro goes for a hasty counterattack, but the baboon easily dodges and he counterattacks. What? That? You're using hockey? Zoro asks, surprised by the baboon. The baboon smirks again and makes some stances. Yes, these are familiar stances. And the way he counterattacked. Fufu. Ha, I can't hold back and laugh, don't underestimate him. I turn to the surprised Perona and Zoro, ? That's Hector's. Fufu. Oh, that is funny, he trained the baboon. They turn to look at the baboon striking some poses again. Fufu. The indirect way of saying, even a monkey is better than you. But now I'm curious. This monkey, it's like a very weakened Hector. He can be a good training dummy. I lick my lips while approaching him. I will not even use hockey. Like it's feeling my intentions, the monkey prostrates himself on the ground and presents something to me with his two hands in a respectful manner. Now I lost the will to fight the baboon. Why it is afraid of you? Perona asks, coming closer. I open the letter and giggle again. Don't bully my outer disciple, Siko. I read the beginning out loud to them. Apparently Hector trained this monkey to be a training partner to Zoro. He said that Zoro should feel ashamed that even a monkey is stronger than him. He probably bombarded the monkey brain with the teachings of hockey. Then he made the monkey watch him fight. These monkeys have good instincts. That bastard likes to mock others, huh? Zoro grits his teeth. To this, I have to defend my man. Don't be like that. He specifically prepared the perfect partner for you. With an appropriate level and techniques. Hockey grows in battle, you know? Hector is the type of man that pushes you forward by giving a dropkick on your back. If he is being rude, is because he believes that you can take it. If you don't want to, I will take the monkey away with me. In the letter, it says that the monkey will obey everything I say and is at the level of that guy called Virgo. Zoro pauses, looking serious. So be it. What is one more obstacle? There are countless of them in the world. Zoro says confidently. Fufu. He really bounces back fast. By the way, Hector said that the battle is in your favor because of you receiving some sort of boost when fighting monkeys. What did he mean about that? Third-person POV. Rayleigh was instructing Luffy on the works of hockey when he suddenly stopped and looked in the distance. Let's make a pause, Luffy. We have a visitor. He says and walks away with Luffy following him. They eventually ended up in the same place where Luffy decided to start his training, the tree where the Straw Hat was resting while his owner went through his time skip. They finally get out of the trees to be greeted with the sight of Hector daydreaming while holding the Straw Hat. They watch Hector leisurely put the straw hat on his head and gives a childish smile. For some reason, Rayleigh suddenly stops in his tracks at the sight. Hey, that's my hat. Luffy complains, making Hector turn to him. Sorry, just want to feel how it is to put it on. And Hector removes the straw hat, still smiling. That it's smelly. Didn't you wash it? The two banter for some time before Hector delivers Sanji's bento, distracting Luffy completely. He also gave Rayleigh a portion, and after a talk with the old man, something about marriage that Luffy was not interested enough to listen to, Hector went away. You dare appear here? Boa Hancock kicks Hector, who in turn defends himself with his leg. The clash makes her palace tremble while the two legs are locked in space. Do you think I want to see an ugly woman like you? Hector mocks. I'm here to see Marguerite. Hector shouts, I'm not ugly. For what use do you have eyes if you can't see my beauty? Let me gouge them for you. Hancock answers, my eyes are the best in the world. Thank you very much. They can see your ugly heart and soul. The two continue to kick each other while on the side Elder Nyan, the other two Boa sisters, and the other Amazons watch helplessly. Shouldn't we intervene? Someone asks, who is crazy enough to do that? Elder Nyan answers. Hector eventually puts some distance from Hancock and moves behind Marguerite. Protect me, Marguerite-chan. He hides behind her. The woman in question can only tremble and gulp when she finds herself between these two monsters. Hancock in front of her, her face screaming murder. Please spare me. She mutters, didn't know to whom she was pleading. Don't worry, Marguerite-chan. I will protect you from this witch. Hector says righteously, but you're the one putting her in the spot. Everyone thinks, whatever. I have my fun messing with your guys. Hector acts more seriously and removes something from his inventory. This is a devil fruit. Elder Nyan exclaims, a devil fruit? Some are confused. Oh yeah, the Boa sisters use some story about a Gorgon's curse to make that no one look at their back. The people here don't know much about devil fruits. Hector thinks, yes, I found it earlier. It can turn the person into a brown snake. Very venomous. I think it combines with Marguerite-chan. Explain this to her, Elder Nyan. Bye. He says and doesn't wait for the answer. He will let them solve this issue and decide how they will explain their previous lie. Then he will come back to copy the power. Or not. If Marguerite didn't want to eat it, Hector would force some pirate to do it. Kokoyashi village. I didn't expect the big and scary devil to appear in this humble village to steal some oranges. Nojiko, Nami's blue-haired sister, serves Hector some orange juice at her house. And you're not scared of this terrible pirate? I heard that those oranges are the best in the world, so obviously I came to steal some. Hector answers easily while supporting his cheek with his arm. So even an emperor of the sea covets the oranges here, huh? She smiles proudly. Indeed, but I just discovered something even better. Hector blatantly gives her a once-over, not hiding his appreciative gaze. Oh, should I be worried that you will steal me too? She smiles flirty while playfully covering her body with her hands. I'm tempted. Really tempted. Hector smiles but then sighs exaggeratedly. But then there would be no one to take of the orchard. Such dilemma. Nojiko laughs and sits on the table, resting her chin on the back of her hands. Smooth. Is that the fabled silver tongue of the devil? I'm scared that you will seduce me away. The two continue to flirt and laugh till Hector goes down to business. Here, I met you, sister. So I'm doing some courier side job. Hector jokes while putting some letters on the table. Oh. Nojiko takes the letter, and a multitude of emotions goes through her face. Worry, amazement, fear. Hector lets her take her time while enjoying his juice. After finally putting the letters down, Nojiko turns to him. So you helped them. Thank you. Hector shrugs at her words. But I can't wrap my head around that my sister made the great and powerful devil her delivery boy. She teases, should I feel jealous? Hector laughs, don't be. I have planned to visit the East Blue anyway. And there's enough Hector for the two sisters. He raises his eyebrow with a smirk. You're so bad. She slaps his arm. Talks goes on for some time. The mood is good and all. Nojiko then excused herself for a moment and returned with a small orange tree, ready to be planted. Hector stares at it intently. Here, you liked the oranges here so you can have dash, Nojiko was saying before she pauses. Iya? Why are you crying? She asks frantically, moving her arms around in worry. What? Hector slowly turns his face to her. Who is crying? He asks, confused. It takes him a moment to take his fingers to his face and bring them back wet. His face is still calm, but there are really 2 lines of tears running down from it as if ignoring his self-control. Even Cortana is shocked. What? He looks at his fingers in amazement. Are you okay? Nojiko asks, worried, instinctively putting a hand on his back and rubbing circles on it. I'm okay, I'm okay. Hector said slowly while wiping the tears. It was just. So many things have been happening lately. I think I let them bottle too much. And this small act of yours was like putting the last drop on an already full cup, destroying the surface tension and spilling it. He rambles. I didn't understand half of what you talked about. Nojiko smiles wryly. This was tears of happiness. Hector gives the abridged version with a faint smile. Lately, I've been doing a lot of fun things. A bucket list and all that. But deep down I couldn't shake the feeling that was just me childish trying to keep something broken standing. Like it was not really fun, but I act like that because it would suck to admit that I'm a bore now. He laughs, you know? Like playing a game or doing something that you had a lot of fun a long time ago, but don't have the same feeling. He turns to the small orange tree, but is alive. He smiles broadly, I'm not a bore now. He turns to Nojiko again, thank you. It was always a childhood dream of mine having an orange tree from here. In truth, it's on my list of things to eat in this world too. He raises his wrist and a hologram of a small list appears, understand things to eat on the One Piece world. A devil fruit, Nami's oranges, Sanji's cooking villages. Understood. He removes the list in a hurry. Wait, there's something weird on that last one. Nojiko points accusingly. Ahem. Hector stands up while coughing on his fist. Oh, thank you again, but I need to go. Hector says, take care. She smiles at him and pats his shoulder, crying in front of a girl. I really fumbled her. He shakes his head and laughs. I don't know. She puts a hand on his cheek. I think you gained some points, really. She winks at him and gives a kiss on his cheek before turning away with a sway of her hips. Damn, the unexpected riz. Pretty people can really do whatever. Really suffering from success. Right now Hector is on the beach of a random island. In East Blue. He just stopped by to put his thoughts in order. Sitting in the sand while hugs his Ness. He is looking at the ocean as he mindlessly grabs some shells and throws them on the water. You know, I'm truly blessed. Hector starts. It's not known if he is talking to himself or Cortana. Nonetheless, Cortana remains silent, giving him his space. So much that on some days in the beginning, I woke up scared of all being a dream. A little pathetic, huh? Or it's a normal human response. He tilts his head. The thing is that I don't think I deserve this. Blessing. Just whatever. I'm only a normal person like any other. At this moment, Cortana would say that he's selling himself short, but she just letting him rant. One small part of me shouts to me, simply shut up and don't think about it and enjoy the benefits, but is hard. My mind goes to the losses. Technically I lost my life and my parents to have this. He gestures to everything around him. It's inevitable that I have a lot of unanswered questions in my mind. Did I ask for this and don't remember? Did I accept this canon event to gain power? Did I make this exchange? I would like to say no, but I ask myself another question. Would I give up everything that I have now to have my old life back? To have my parents back? I know the answer. He lowers his head in shame. Deep down I know the answer. I'm a fucking piece of shit. That's what I am. My mind even tries to rationalize saying that I can have the two eventually and all that. But sometimes I think I don't deserve to be enjoying myself this much. He stays like this looking at the horizon, lifeless. Time goes on and he starts trembling till Arif. He shouts to the sky in frustration, fuck it. My parents would not like to see me like this. And I have a lot of people depending on me now. His face is much better now. Allow me to be selfish a little more. He stands up and looks at the horizon, but I'm gonna enjoy this life more. Now that I know that my inner child is still alive, I'm gonna enjoy all of this wholeheartedly. A smile starts to grow on his face, and for my fellows of my original world too. I will accomplish all silly desires that keep us awake in bed or distracted in class. Earlier I used a Gomu Gomu no pistol. But one day I will use a Getsuga Tensho and a Kamehameha. I will be a fucking Hokage, Pirate King and Stardust Crusader. I will gacha them all. And make DG evolutions. I will flirt with them and punch a lot of annoying faces. I will be a demon lord and also be expelled from my S-rank party even though they depended on me. I will do all that I want. I will enjoy this ride. Who enters a roller coaster just to get out immediately? Ups and downs, I will face them all. It's not about the destination. It's about the journey, right? I will also stop being so scared of these threats in Marvel. Thanos? Marquis of Death? Beyonder? He laughs. He doesn't notice, but his change in mindset changes something about him. I was wrong in seeking strength, thinking about retiring and living a relaxing life. I need to seek strength to surpass all the obstacles of this hard life. So I dare you, Marvel Universe. I know that you will not hold back either. I raise all the flags. Do your worst. I will surpass all of it and turn even the worst moments into important memories. He opens his arm. A wake of hockey is emitted from him, spreading in all directions. Harmless to anyone but encompassing everything. His own conqueror's hockey. His own ambition. Not from a card. His own. Bring on. He shouts, feeling better than ever. Like something missing was finally in place and a fog was cleared on his mind and heart. Look, that guy shouting alone. A childish voice says, he is crazy. Let's throw some rocks at him. Hector pauses and turns to the group of kids that spoiled his moment. Now you guys will see. Kaya. He starts pursuing them on the beach, kicking sand away while making a scary face. Ueno with a paw. Hector opens the door to a room where Hiyori is sitting with her shamisen, but not playing anything. That gives her a scare and makes her turn to the door. Hector-sama. She hastily stands up to greet him. Hector with a calm face approaches her and takes her hand, ! I thought about it a lot. He starts, looking directly into her eyes, and I reached the conclusion that there's no right answer. Her heart slowly sank into her stomach, and her head dropped to look at the ground. So, let's make it right. He says, and she looks up to him in surprise. We just need to create the right answer. That's the reason I have so much power. He brings her dainty hand to his lips and kisses it. Let's marry. He says, and she throws herself at him, with tears in her eyes. Ahoy. This chapter took longer than expected because of the dialogues and the need to enter in the mind of the characters. I'm somewhat proud of this chapter. I think the pace went very well with the slice of life after a fight and the comedy. Character development too. The MC is almost how I envision him on his ultimate mode. Oni needs some experience. Like being a father. XD. The next chapter is the last of the One Piece world, BTW. Now, let me tell a personal history that connects with this chapter. Recently I went to a bank to solve some issues with my credit cards. I hate wait in line. Top 3 things that I hate in my life. But I went and act like any other normal human, respectful of my surroundings and the people around. But the same can't be said of my fellows in line. Some old ladies, Karens, but not really. This species can't survive in Brazil. They would be punched in the face, complaining about everything, especially the guy attending us. Loudly calling him a snail and all that. He was obviously hearing it too. Instead of being dragged on their negative mood, I kept my cool and was attended normally. Greeted the guy by his name on his badge, something I saw no one did. Wished him a good day when I left to take my new card to another bank, and all that is simply the minimum. But no one did. Then 1 hour later, when I need to come back to liberate the card. It was more or less 12:06. The guy that should do it was going to his lunchtime, but the guy that attended me earlier went of his way to stop the guy and ask to help me for a moment. The guy stopped, and in 3 minutes I was free to go, instead of waiting 2 hours till the guy came back. So, positivity is good, my friends. And I'm not even talking about the good karma of being helped by the guy that I treated well. That was nice too, but your own positive outlook on life makes you feel better. When I treated the guy well earlier, I could see him light up. For such a simple thing. And I felt good too. So, I know it's hard. But try to not go into a spiral of bad thoughts and actions. The change that comes from you is the best to make your life better. Exactly like our MC. Have a good day and stay that way. Till next time. World of Pirates, Part Finale, 1/2. Disclaimer. I own nothing. This story has no interest in offending any party. Having the sole objective of only entertaining the readers. Enjoy. The best way to predict the future is to create it. Peter Drucker. Recap. After a journey of self-discovery around the world, meeting again the Straw Hats and experimenting with new things, Hector finally realizes his inner child is alive. And he wants to make him happy. He decided to create a good future he wanted. Ahoy, sorry for the dealy, but the chapter ended up with 28k words. Sorry, I guess. Now I know how Oda feels, needing to wrap everything. I wanted to make a proper end of this arc, so I went all out. Now about the controversial decision of having a child by Hector. I noticed that some people don't like. It was his greatest L, that you are disappointed in him. The first thing I can say, you're not wrong. If you want to see it this way, I'm all for it. You can see this as a flaw in his character and in his previously immaculate record. I like it, making him more human. I hope that after you read this chapter you can understand his feelings and everyone else's feelings more, even if you don't agree. At least understand. From another side, I need to defend my boy. You guys aren't thinking he will leave for like 18 years, right? Dude. In my mind, he will go back before 3 years. And spoiler, not because he doesn't want. Now for MY side. The child is a good plot device. Just watch the changes that will amp on him, how he will see the world. And conveniently in another world where I can progress with the story without a problem. Sorry again? At least I made the thing make sense. Anyway, enjoy. My parents are doctors and I was on the way to follow the same path. Well, I'm still going to do that. With some extras. Hector says while walking around the streets of the flower capital with Hiyori. Tama and Toko are walking with them as chaperones. Even if Hector said, let's marry, it means that he accepted the possibility of this endgame. There's still the need for the process to happen. Hence they are now on a date. Oh, I remember you treating the people. So that's how you learn the medic arts. Hiyori asks more or less. Hector answers while watching Tama and Toko running around the streets, seeing the stalls with food, it was a no-brainer. I mean, there's no need to think much about me going on this career. He shrugs, and you said something about extras. Do you mean becoming a warrior? Yes. On that fated day, the previously narrow path opened wide. Very, very, very wide. Being a doctor became a side job while I mainly pursued what really matters. Hector says seriously with a hard look, can you guess what? He turns to her and asks with a challenging smile, that's strength. Even though she doesn't him that well, she knows him enough to guess. Hector smiles a little and nods. Yes, for an instant I thought you would say freedom or adventures. It crossed my mind. Along with other things like wanting to protect the others. She confesses, but you're pursuing all that, so it must be something that allows you to do all that. You're smart. Hector looks at her a little differently. I remember your speech and talks with other people. You said a lot of times things like, I can do that because I'm strong, I can tolerate this because I'm strong, you can trust me because I'm strong. Yes. I believe that personal power allows you to do everything. It protects you and opens paths. To have my ideal lifestyle and to protect it, I need to always seek strength and continuously improve myself. Hector explains, that's why I came to this world. He turns to her thinking about explaining more deeply but deciding otherwise in the end, later. If he is gonna make her his wife, he doesn't plan on hiding the existence of the multiverse from her. But it's too complicated to her mind and beliefs right now. You commented something about a fated day. Hiyori says suddenly while they are walking in a crowded street. Hector stops waving at some people who called his name in a greeting to turn to her. You really pay attention, huh? He turns, impressed. She smiles at him, somewhat proud. He chuckles at her cute actions and doesn't answer instantly to not kill the good mood. He stops at a stall to buy some taiyaki for the girls. Receiving some teasing from the old lady because the two are together. Later they find a quiet park to sit together on a bench. Tama in Hector's lap and Toko on Hiyori's. Hiyori didn't comment on Hector avoiding the previous question. The group talks about small things. She smiles gently while seeing Hector clean Tama and Toko's face of the red paste of the taiyaki. You know, now that I think about it, our situations are a little similar. Hector starts while looking at the distance. It's funny how can people be so different and at the same time be so similar. My mother is similar to Odin. Ha. He chuckles at the thought. Hiyori didn't interrupt him even though she was confused. Like yours, my parents are also from different countries that met by chance. Far away from their respective homes. In the end, they hit off and ended up marrying. Now, to talk about that fated day, a little context it's necessary. Like your father, My mother felt a little suffocated by her family even though she was very well off in life. So she went to be a volunteer and ended up meeting my father, who also went there. The thing is, if you want to say it nicely, my mother was a very tolerant and kind-hearted person. She avoided conflicts as much as she could and was a pacifist. Hector pauses before saying the next words. If you want to be mean, she was a pushover. She let people walk over her all the time, taking advantage of her goodwill. She tolerated personal loss because she was not a greedy person and thought that she had enough in life. A comfortable income, a happy family. And that's what killed her. Hector's eyes are now harder than Hiyori ever saw. It looks like he is visualizing himself killing everyone closer. But in some seconds his eyes go back to normal and he turns to Hiyori. Very similar to Odin's demise. She gave too much ground. Allowed that bastard to spread his wings too much and get comfortable in thinking that he would get away with anything. His words, even if he is talking about his own mother, look very personal to Hiyori. If Odin went on an all-out war with Orochi and Kaido from the start, his chances of winning would be great. But he compromised. The chances of winning are great, but sacrifices on his part are inevitable, so he sacrificed his image and reputation to buy the life of his people. Hector says, it was admirable. Hector nods, impressed, but a mistake nonetheless. Hiyori lowered her face, remembered that, but she looked up again, feeling a hand on her head. Don't be like that. I bet he didn't regret it. He did what he thought was right and lived with it and accepted the consequences. It's easy for us to say that his choices are wrong now, after seeing the result. To him, at that time, was not clear. He didn't have a clear picture like us. Hector smiles warmly at her. Odin is an admirable man. He died as he lived, proudly carrying the other people's hopes, future, and dreams on his back and shoulders. Hiyori sobs hearing his words, putting her sleeves in front of her face to hide her tears. Are you crying? You can cry as much as you want. Let it out. Hector rubs circles on her back comfortingly, a patient smile on his face. I'm not crying, Wu. She removes her hand from her face to show that she is not crying. She is only beating her lips hard, opening her eyes wide and looking away a little upward so that the tears don't escape from her moist eyes. I'm a samurai daughter. I don't cry. She continues, not fooling anyone. Hector chuckles. I see. You're really strong. As expected of Odin's daughter. He agrees with her that she is not crying. They stay like that for some time, simply watching the girls running around and playing with Kamenu and Rover, who finally arrive after Hector calls them. After some time, Hector finally continues his story. My parents are killed by my greedy uncle. He says with a distant look, Hector-sama. Hiyori didn't say much beyond putting her hand over his. To make matters worse, it happened on my birthday. He adds. She squeezes his hand harder. I know that is senseless to think this way, but sometimes I feel like it was my fault. You know, my parents' working hours vary a lot. They never come back together from work, and many times they continue till later. Doctors, you know? That day they finished in the expected time and came back together to go out with me. Because it was my birthday. That allowed them to kill the two at the same time. My birthday gave those bastards the opportunity. It's not your fault. I know. But it's inevitable to have some guilt over it. The guilt of the survivor. It's okay, I can live with it. He smiles sadly with the same sad smile. He turns to her. That's my origin story. Very cliché. I eventually killed my uncle. It didn't make me happy, but it was necessary to move forward, right? Hiyori nods, understanding the sentiment. But as much I admire and think tolerant people are cool, I still think is wrong to let insects prance around that much. His eyes become almost malevolent while talking. You need to put them in their place so that any thought of bringing you harm would be squashed by their own fear of you. He remembers two instances of this in the One Piece world. Shanks not caring about that weak mountain bandit and Luffy not caring about Bellamy. He understands that sometimes you shouldn't lower yourself to these people's levels, but if Shanks had put the mountain bandit in his place, he wouldn't have kidnapped Luffy and Shanks wouldn't have lost his arm. If Luffy had one-shot Bellamy like the clown he was, Bellamy wouldn't have hurt Luffy's friends later. Being merciful with your enemies is being ruthless with yourself and your allies. I think this rubbed off on me more than I thought. He suddenly says Hector remembers his harsh words to Balder after the invasion. He really tore the guy off, called him a simp, and all that. Some would say that was a little of an overreaction and unnecessary, but some people are all the time pushing your buttons and testing your limits. You can't give them too much ground. In my world, dick measurement contests are very common. After what happened with my mom, I will never let people walk over me, even if I look petty. But even so, he still believes that diffuse battles in the Marvel world are the best way to avoid things spiraling into a crisis situation. First, harsh words. If it's not enough, I will resort to violence. He decides. Worked with Kurt's family. Well, that's the gist of it. Now you know me a little better. Hector smiles at her, dispersing the foul mood in the air. He crosses his leg and supports his cheek with one hand. Now, one more. What more can I say about myself? I'm very eclectic in a multitude of subjects. Movies, music, books, food. Except for alcohol, I really hadn't found alcohol that made me one day choose of my own volition to drink it instead of some juice. My favorite hobby is playing with my powers. After that, I like studying science and magic now. And be with my girls. That's something I need to make it clear. Hector slowly turns to look at Hiyori's eyes. I have other girls. And the number will continue to increase. If you're not comfortable with it, we can call it off this whole thing, no hard feelings. Hector states, Siko-san already talked to me about it. I'm not gonna back off. Hiyori says stubbornly that I don't think you understand what you're talking about. Hector tries to explain, I'm talking about me, Hector, your man, having other women. Can you picture that? Me, Hector, your husband, hugging, kissing, having sex, and all that with other women. Try to imagine it. How do you feel about it? You're taking it too lightly. You think is okay now, then you end up hurt but will be too late. I don't think there will be a problem. My great-grandfather and grandfather had concubines. Even my father had a harem in his youth. She says like is normal. Am I the weird one here? Hector second-guesses himself. He even went to check again his assimilated cards to see if there was some sort of universal calibration harem perk. There's nothing like that. Not even in the Yuki Rito and Helltaker cards. Maybe is a secret passive. And also, Hiyori attracts his attention again. I'm super beautiful so you will never lose interest in me. She smiles brightly. Hector stares at her. For some time before he can't hold back some chuckles. I like your confidence. I normally don't like women that act entitled because they're beautiful and all that. Hector remembers Amora, but you're saying it so innocently that I can't find fault in it. Hector pats her head, and yes, you're super pretty and cute. I will never lose interest in you. He states as a matter of fact with a small smile. Hiyori's eyes widen for an instant before a megawatt blush colors her face and she looks away. Hey. You're blatantly saying this a second ago, why are you embarrassed now? Hector can't help but ask in exasperation, you must have heard the same thing 1,000 times. That it's because it's Hector-sama is the one saying it now. She says in a whisper while trying to hide her face. Hector's face freezes. This is bad. Shy girls are dangerous. Like any man, I like women that like me. Wait, am I easy? He can't help but look away and shout in his mind, if I go to Naruto world I need to stay away from Hinata. Hector decided to be a little more visceral. So, what if I say that I want to pursue a relationship with Yamato too, is an example. What would you think? He is really putting this whole willingness to share to the test. He is cautious like that. With Yamato-san? Hiyori pauses. She is pretty and nice too. Even if I think is weird that she is trying to be my father. Hiyori says the last part with a strange voice. Yeah, that can be pretty weird. Hector agrees. I will try to talk to her about that later. So you're interested in Yamato-san? Hiyori side glances him. He shrugs. What there's not to be interested in? She is pretty, has a nice personality, is strong. I was not going to try anything before. But right now maybe I will. And it's your fault. Hector points at her. Mine? Yeah. Let me gaslight you a little. He jokes. I discovered that even if I play a lot, I don't see myself starting a relationship that I don't see a future. And I didn't plan to stay around for long, so I gave up on having relationships here. But if marry, that means that I will be bound here, right? So there will be no problem. He smiles evilly at her. Now you see? I'm a scummy bastard who wants everything and gives nothing back. Hypocrite to the core without an ounce of remorse. He puts his hands in claws and continues with his evil charade. This only makes Hiyori chuckle. A truly evil person doesn't admit it. Hector slowly stops and goes back to sit normally. That's not true. But okay. I'm feeling like I really can't break these rose-tinted glasses from where you look at my figure. He sighs, looking at the sky. He is still a little confused and uncertain about this whole thing. But his instincts tell him that, for some reason, it's the right dash. No, unnecessary? Maybe the word is appropriate. The appropriate path to take now. Feeling that he is only delaying things, and delaying is not a good thing. Are you really okay with the scenario of me staying away some years and leaving you alone with our child? Hector finally asks in a serious tone. There's really no problem. Even my mother took care of us while our father completed his adventures. I understand that a man has things he needs to do, a dream to chase, a path to follow. She answers seriously, like she is trying to assuage his worries. I mean, it would be great to have you at my side all the time and forever, but I'm happy to be a comfortable port where you can come back and rest. She says honestly, making Hector look at her intensely. That I don't deserve you. He says honestly, don't be silly. She giggles, I'm dead serious. He nods gravely, I have super senses, Hiyori. I can even look at people's auras, souls. And you're goddamn truthful in all that. He explains, I really don't deserve you. Seriously, stand up and go away now. He is saying it from the bottom of his heart. Different from his summons, she is not bound for life to him. No. She answers equally serious and strongly while meeting his stare. The stare down continues for some time. And after a long time, Hector finds someone who doesn't shy away from his glare and doesn't get uncomfortable with his silent treatment. No, she is uncomfortable and uncertain. But remains here. Hector avoids his gaze first. Something that he did not even against the Ancient One. But is normal when you have a guilty conscience. Married life will be tough. He admits and chuckles hearing his words. The tension leaves Hiyori's shoulders and she laughs too. Going to put her head on his shoulder. Hector-sama, why did you change your mind about the marriage? Hiyori asks after some time of comfortable silence. That I will be honest even though will hurt. Please be. After our talk I went around the world, revisiting some interesting people, visiting new places. To take the whole ordeal out of my mind, but at the same time think about it. I know myself, I'm an overthinker. So yes, I would think about it. By the way, thanks Siko later for recommending the direct approach. It would stick more on my mind. He teases her with a side glance. Hiyori looks away like a guilty kid caught in some mischief. Hector simply chuckles and lets go of the matter, continuing. The truth is I'm an egotistical jerk. He says, as a matter of fact, I was treating this world as a healing oasis to my soul and planned to go away without a second thought. Then I discovered that even if I'm scummy, I'm not totally heartless either. To every person that I interacted with to heal myself and have fun, I grew more attached to this world. Have fun and go away, easier said than done. I ended up getting myself involved in some troublesome stuff too. Like saving Wano? Hiyori asks, like saving Wano. He agrees. Do you know Hiyori? People are real people. He says softly, whatever. My budding hero heart couldn't ignore people's suffering slapped on my face. And I need to pay Tama for this hat. He smiles while retrieving the hat he took as payment to liberate Wano. That and the water cup from the old lady. I like this world. Hector says. To Hector, the One Piece manga holds a special place in his heart as one of his favorite shonen. Together with the likes of Dragon Ball, Hunter x Hunter, and Full Metal Alchemist for first place. And Naruto, Bleach, and Yu Yu Hakusho a little after them. One Piece is like the Red Dead Redemption 2 of the mangas. No, Red Redemption is the One Piece from the games. He tries to explain his fanboyism to Cortana one day, but just lets her more confused. It was naive on his part to think that he could come, take the powers, poke fun at some people, punch others, and be done with it. Maybe he is too young to be this detached yet. Again, it will look bad what I will say and you will have all the right to simply walk away, but at some point, I didn't want this trip to stay as a simple vacation. Even if I try to replicate what happened here in another One Piece world, would not be the same. Sometimes life throws a ball at you and you need to think fast if you want to catch it or let it pass through you. That's what happened to me when you approached me with your feelings. I could have ignored it, but I feel like I was simply delaying the inevitable. I like you a little after all. He says, making her smile softly. Would it be better to ignore your feelings and wait till I'm older? But wait for what specifically? I don't have to worry about steady incoming, house, and other normal things. At the same time, that would be a good way to create a solid bond with this world that I grew to like so much. That's where it comes the scummy part. It's like I'm using you to be this bridge. I'm also curious as to what type of man I will become by being a father. It would be incredibly convenient to be a father, but still retain my youth because I will be very far away. It's convenient. Hector looks at her with a crooked smile. See? Scum of earth. Not like I plan to stay away that long if things reach that point. 2 years max. Only till after the time skip. Enough time for me to be 18 years old. Heck, depending on the time-based powers that I will have in the future, maybe I will not lose not even a second. But I don't like counting in things I don't have. He thinks in truth, he thinks he needs to grow a little more as a person before being a father. Depending on the time dilatation, he would have time to do that. But he will not give excuses. He continues, I always had 2 objectives. A big and long-term one where I planned to change the world, and a smaller one, that was my revenge. I recently accomplished the smaller one and was left with some emptiness, and the bigger one was so far away that sometimes I lose sight of it. He looks at the horizon and reclines himself on the bench. Maybe I'm seeking another smaller objective. Something positive instead of taking a criminal empire and slowly torturing a man in my basement. When you talked with me about marrying and having a child, my overthinker mind went years in the future in 1 second. I thought that it would happen one day anyway, and at the same time I thought about my past, and let's say that I'm a little ashamed of some things I did. He confesses, it looked incredibly silly to say it out loud, but I want to be a cool guy that my children will look up to and say proudly, that's my dad, or something like that. He scratches his chin and looks away a little ashamed. I think that is very normal, no? Hiyori giggles at him, agreed. Cordana says in his mind Hector is still a little bashful before continuing, so I just thought in giving in and making it right, like I said to you. Creating the small objective of becoming a better person and cool guy to make my children proud. I mean, I will have children eventually. So I can start now, right? Is it bad? I can improve myself and return more experienced. 1 year or 2 later. Enough for me to grow and to my child don't miss me too much, I think. He says unsure, I would lose some important things but that would be my punishment. What I deserve. He sighs, kids forget easily, so maybe she won't even miss me. Hiyori was not sure what to say now, so she simply hugged him with one arm around his torso. Siko-san was right. You really think too much. Why are you hugging and comforting me? I literally said that I'm treating you as some sort of device to my character development. Hector makes a helpless face. Well, but you liked me, right? You said that. She smiles brightly at him again. Seriously, where is the harem lord perk? I need to turn it off. Hector goes to look at his cards again, and I will also confess my feelings. She backs away from him and takes a deep breath. A part of me wanted to use our marriage and child to keep you here. She says seriously and a little ashamed, baby trap me, huh? I figured out that much. Hector shrugs after giving her a glance. Hiyori was at her wit's end on how to reach Hector's heart. It's a crude way to approach it, but would buy her time to reach and make him love her. That's what she thought. But she suddenly says, I really never wanted to trap you. As your wife, I will always respect and support your freedom. But I also wanted to use the marriage and kid to force a bond with you. She finishes her phrase, softly grabbing his hand. She smiles. Then in your words, I'm also a bad person. I didn't think that far ahead like you. My simple thought is that even if I couldn't charm you after all that, I would still have the greatest gift that you could give to me. A part of you. She says with one hand over her heart and moves it to her belly. You should stop this. I'm falling for you for real. Hector deadpans at her. And then I wouldn't let you go, and I will make everything to make you mine for life. No backsies. Please do. She only gives him her megawatt smile while joining her fingers together. Hector laughs at her enthusiasm before sighing again. In the end, if we are bad or good, right or wrong, will depend on our future actions. So let's do our best to make it right. Hector reaches for her shoulders to hug her. Umo. She nods at his embrace. I think this could work. Oops. Hector was talking before his face turned fast, and he made a nudge motion with a finger. Hiyori looks in the same direction to see Toko floating close to the ground. She can deduce that Hector stopped her from falling. Be careful. Hector half shouts and stands up to get closer to them. What are you guys doing, by the way? Playing kunoichi. Tama answers a little sheepishly. Oh, I'm a ninja myself. Let me show you some jutsus. Hector smiles warmly before going to play with the two and the dogs, Kamenu and Rover. And he said that he was not ready. She comments with an exasperated, yet fond, sigh at the scene. It's like Siko-san said. He has too high standards for himself. She thinks good is the bare minimum. Great is the normal. He won't accept anything beneath excellent from himself. She resolves herself to show him that he can leave and trust her. The marriage was scheduled for a week from now. Hector said that Hiyori would have the final say and could simply stop at any time. And true to his words for at least being an honest bastard, Hector continued to talk more about himself to her, especially the bad things. So I recently experimented with some pirates on how the devil fruit's curse works, so I drowned them. He appears from where she is playing her shamisen. They are pirates. Hiyori answers simply. I killed dozens of thousands of people in a one-man army standing. Very admirable, one man versus an army. Hiyori praises. I tricked the world by making a man's power go out of control so that I can execute him. Is he a criminal? I'm really going for Yamato too. I'm dead serious. She is nice. And it continued. All week Hector goes on and on confessing his sins. Till to the point that he doesn't have much more to confess. One time I gave a hot girl from my class answers for a test. Was my simpest moment. One late night I trash-talked a guy on a game after I killed him, only for him to praise me and say that he was a little tired from work by proximity chat. I hit a vase with a ball and blamed a little brother of my friend. He couldn't even talk properly. I even put him close to the broken vase. I stole a Snickers when I was 6 years old. When I was angry with my mother, I purposefully stepped on cracks in the ground and left my chanclas upside down to hurt her. I swapped my bean on the cotton with one of my classmates because mine died. There's one playthrough where I killed that trapped dog in Resident Evil 4. In this one, he becomes so guilty that he reloaded his file. I cut sandwiches horizontally instead of diagonally. I use light mode. Many times I left like 2 milliliters of juice or milk on the recipient so that the next person needs to replace it. Did the same with cakes and as such, so that someone else cleans the plate. All week, he suddenly appeared and dropped such bombs on her. But nothing works. At some point, Hiyori simply started to smile fondly at his antics. Hector sits down and sighs heavily. That's it. I give up. I'm simply too handsome to do anything wrong. He shakes his head while putting some fingers on his forehead in a narcissistic way. Did Hancock rub on you, master? Cortana teases. Hector laughs and shakes his head. Not that much, but I'm worried if I will grow spoiled by being this handsome. He jokes, how could I know if I really created a connection with a woman or if they are simply lusting for my body? Kana rolls her eyes. No one told you to be the white knight and save the damsels in distress. And strength is heavily admired in this world. Coupled with everything more, you have it easy. Be careful next time. Don't be jealous, my lovely AI. You're my favorite. He smiles roguishly at her. You would say that to everyone. All are my favorites. He then removes 2 cards from his inventory. Well, I didn't think that I would need to do this now, but okay. As much I don't care, I think certain talks are necessary to get things out of the way. Hector addresses the rest of the room. All of the important people of Wano are present here. So, after we have known each other better, Hiyori and I decided to move forward with the marriage. Hector gives the woman in question, who is by his left side, a look and a squeeze of the hand. Everyone is okay with that. Smiling and congratulating the couple. Back to the main topic, I only want to guarantee my future children's future, so. Kuri will be Hiyori's, and Momonosuke will be trained on the flower capital as the shogun of all Wano. Kuri will also become some sort of independent embassy mine. I know that many people are still reluctant to trust the beast pirates, so we can group them there. When they are not working on the rest of Wano, obviously. He says internally he is rolling his eyes, as if my children want the whole world would be theirs. But if they are a little like me, they really won't care. I also will need to decide if I will keep things in this world or eventually bring them to the multiverse. Hector gives Hiyori a side glance. What is better? A short and fulfilling life here? Or an eternal life with me? What would they choose? Is this the rock and banana again? He sighs while looking forward. Life is complicated. The reunion delves into boring topics and policies to be applied in Kuri and their relation with the rest of Wano. Some don't want to accept the separation, but Hector is having none of it. And he guaranteed that in the end, Kuri would be Hiyori's. So is all in the family. Hiyori, walk with me. Hector calls her after the boring reunion and walks out of the room. She bows to the rest of the room before following her soon-to-be husband. Outside the room, Hector hooks her arm with hers to make her walk by his side. At this point, you must know that I'm the cautious type. Hector starts seeing her silence, and obviously I will worry after I'm not here, so I plan to do many things to ensure your safety and create many contingencies in case things go south. She nods so that he can continue. The basic of the basics is increasing your strength. Like training. She tilts her head. Beyond playing around when I was a kid, I never fought. Wouldn't be better to train my retenters? I will do that too. Believe that you will have many, many protectors, he says slowly, looking forward while they walk around the castle, but personal strength is still the most reliable one. And I can cheat. He turns to her. Cheat? In this world, there's a way to have a sudden growth in strength. The devil fruits, right? Wano is a closed country, and like Amazon lily, the existence of devil fruits is not that much widespread. Many think about them in superstitious ways like curses. Hiyori knows better because of her proximity to the upper echelons and Odin's travels. Between them, a Logia and mythical Zoan would turn even a mongrel into a force to be reckoned with. Logias can turn your body into elements, instantly putting you on the top of the world. And Orochi had a mythical Zoan. He was very strong even when he was a waste of space. Hector explains. So you're gonna give me one of those? She asks. Hector smiles at her. Don't underestimate your man. I will give you more than one devil fruit. He raises his free hand to show her. The truth is that I can take, copy, and give people powers, the devil fruits in this case. That's my second biggest secret. He reveals. His hand changes in many ways to illustrate the fact. That's why you came to these seas. She deduces, yes. I copied a lot of powers to increase my strength to protect what is dear to me. Originally, I came to Wano simply to sneak around and copy Kaido, Orochi, and other powers. Remembering that I have a power to see the future, so I knew that Momonosuke would return. I planned to leave things to him. But when I saw how bad the situation was, I couldn't stop myself. And let's say that if letting things to him, it would depend on luck for him to win. Hector says while changing his hand to one of a dragon using Kaido's powers. I see. I'm glad you changed your mind. People are happy now. Then she smiles slyly at him and squeezes his arm. See? Changing your mind could be good in the end. She says, referring to him changing his mind about marrying her. Look what we have here. Cheeky, huh? He smiles too, and squeezes her side to tickle her. The two enjoy their laugh for a bit before resuming their walk. They eventually stop on a balcony with an excellent view of the flower capital. Isolated enough to not be listened to and public enough to not be disrespectful. They're not married yet, after all. The heart of this situation is that there is a limit to how much power your body can handle, Hiyori. Hector says while looking at Wano, as right now, I would say 1 devil fruit power and a couple of minor powers. This is more than enough, no? Obviously not. Hector scoffs, overkill is the best type of kill. There's always a way. Trust me. I do. She nods seriously, so this is my plan. The best path would be to give you a mythical Zoan. Better than a Logia for 3 reasons. First, we are in the new world. There are a lot of hockey users around here. Second, the mythical Zoans are packages of powers. Third, the mythical Zoan will passively strengthen your body, allowing you to take more powers, even a Logia maybe. Hector explains while raising 3 fingers in accordance with his words, I understand. There's also a method unique to me that will increase the benefits by a lot. Your man is also a genius, don't forget that. He winks at her with a smirk. Little flashback, and this is important to you, Siko. Hector smiles while pointing at her. This is during one of his lessons about powers, it's about your next upgrade. Question mark. Siko and Cassandra looks confused. I studied the devil fruits of this world, how they interact with the human body and all that. Hector starts explaining. A curious thing is that the devil fruit powers latch on the genetic code of the user. Do you remember how the people here, with devil fruits, introduce themselves? He asks like a teacher. I'm a something man? Siko guesses unsure, remembering the meetings with devil fruits users. Yes. Hector claps 2 times to show approval. I'm Luffy, I ate the rubber fruit and now I'm a rubber man. I'm a barrier man, I'm a light man, I'm a paw man. Do you see where I'm going with this? They don't say, I have light powers, I have rubber powers. They introduce themselves like they are of a different race. How does this change things? Changes everything. Hector exclaims excitedly, they become the fruit. They fused with it. You guys can't see it, but the fruit takes the whole slot of your soul or something like that. Devil fruits are a mix of meta powers with supernatural powers. It's not only affecting your genetic code like quirks and mutations, Marvel, it's also a little like stands. Hector knows this because of power manipulation. There's a reason he is going through this path, order of worlds, in acquiring powers. Apparently, power manipulations is the most effective against genetic-like abilities, losing a little of effectivity against Esper-like power, losing even more against spirit-like powers like stands. He notices that took a lot of time to copy and he can't copy the stand, only the ability of the stand, and become totally ineffective against magic and other more esoteric things. So he was going through the safe path, visiting worlds where he was almost 100% sure that he could copy the powers. For example, he probably can go to Worm or Tori universes, but power manipulation would need to work hard. But it would be for, possibly, not to go to Jujutsu Kaisen. Even if that universe their innate powers, that would fall into the realm of power manipulation, authority. There's too much mysticism involved. He also can't use power manipulation to take a sacred gear, as an example, or copy an innate talent to magic in fairy tale. So, devil fruits fundamentally changes the user's whole being. It's incredible that the person continues human and at the same time not. A curious thing too is about the genes. Having the genes altered, one would expect that the children would inherit the parents' power, right? That did not. Cassandra asks, nope. But I theorize the passive strength, durability, vitality and other things gained by a Zoan user can be passed forward on to their descendants. I think that is how so many people are ridiculously strong. And other things too. Hector puts a hand on his chin to think. Why the children don't inherit the powers? Siko asks, this is very complicated. Hector is more serious now. I would say that is a failsafe. Failsafe? Yes, like the devil fruits are programmed like that. Return when the user dies, make the user lose the ability to swim and float, and stop the powers from being passed to the descendants. Programmed? Then. Siko's eyes widen a little. The devil fruits are man-made. Hector confirms in a low voice, anyway, all of this is my speculation. Back to what is really important. He goes back to his teacher mode, then. Knowing that devil fruits basically gives you, not only power, but an entire physiology. Can't we do some bioengineering? Vegapunk created an artificial devil fruit, Su. He smiles at Siko. What do you think about receiving my own customized mythical Zoan, Hito Hito no Mi, model, Oni? He asks her, we can cheat even more. He raises his hand. And between his fingers a card. Kokushibo's character card. His smile widens, gaining all the benefits and none of the disadvantages. Keeping yourself human, but gaining an Oni physiology. He says excitedly, no fear of the sun, no need to eat humans, no drowning. And this without thinking about the cocktail of serums that I have from Marvel. Your body will passively grow stronger and stronger. And my adaptability on the E-serum will give ground to receive even more Oni-like powers in the future. That sounds nice. Siko says, a little overwhelmed by Hector's enthusiasm. That's more than nice, Siko. That's great. If it works, I will finally break through and will be proven that in the future I will be capable of working with physiologies. That's one of his blind spots. He has had this idea on his mind since his talk with the Ancient One, where he learned that Azazel, Kurt's father, is not a demon, but has a meta power that gave him his demonic physiology to the point that even hell accepts him. He even raises his hand to the ceiling and laughs, Hito Hito no Mi, model, Kryptonian. Hito Hito no Mi model, Time Lord, Doctor Who. Hito Hito no Mi, model, Asgardian. Titan. Namekian. Scion. Celestial Sapien. I will be capable of gifting these physiologies easily and people will not lose their humanity. It will be like a second form, like a final boss. He chuckles to himself. He controls his own excitement and turns at them again with a big smile. Now, there are many tests I need to do. I will not put you at risk, after all. Luckily there are a lot of bipedal sheep on this world to be used as subject. His smile turns evil for a second before it goes back to normal. Now the important question, Siko. This will decide your future. Think wisely. Hector looks at her eyes. Do you want 1 or 2 horns in your Oni form? That's important. Siko could become Cheyenne twin or not depending on her answer. Back to the present now. To choose your fruit. Hector hesitates a little. What do you think about the mythical Zoan, Yamato no Aroki? Hiyori makes a face. Did I trust your choice, Hector-sama? She relents. Hector keeps looking at her for some seconds before sighing, forget about that. To me, power is power, but I came to understand that it's not that simple. They carry something more. He looks at the horizon while rubbing his elbow. Powers are part of a person. Can carry their will, their legacy. Sabo and Luffy didn't want the Mera Mera no Mi to fall in someone else's hands. People don't like to know that when their own powers are being used by others too. Hector also noticed the looks that some people give to Long In, his adamantium dragon, because of the similarity to Kaido. The reason that I would like for you to have that power, it's because you would have 8 lives. It's only my desire to you be safe. He shrugs, but is okay. Following my process you will have almost impenetrable skin and a decent healing factor, enough to regenerate limbs in weeks. Sorry if I can't give a better one. Healing factors surprisingly put a heavy burden on a body. But it will grow better like everything else. I see. Thanks for understanding. And for your worry. She caresses his arm and smiles at him. He smiles back to create a better mood. So, what about the QB no Kitsune? He suggests with a broad smile, like all mythical Zoans will increase your strength, durability, vitality. Will allow you to create illusions, transform, and even give you foxfire. I can fuse it with other minor powers of mine to make it even better. Like fusing the illusion ability with glamour, the quirk of Kami Utsusheim, or fusing the foxfire with another fire-based power. Maybe even the fire Logia if Hiyori can take it. There's something like that? Yes, I think it is very fitting. Hector goes to caress her cheek, and in the folklore, they are very beautiful, right? Only appropriate to my foxy wife. He teases, she blushes hard, I'm not foxy. She says in a whisper accompanied by a pout, really? Didn't you trick those evil men into giving everything to you? He raises an eyebrow, meanie. She pouts even harder and turns her face away, I also want to see you with fox ears. He says, in his usual way of always benefiting even when helping others. This place is very different. Hiyori says while looking around his lab. Get used to it, I will leave it here. There are many useful things for you, especially medical equipment. Hector says while preparing the serum chamber they sneaked out of the castle, Hector leaving some duplicates behind. The process will take some hours. Will be painful. Hector warns, but I will be with you all the way. Then I'm not afraid. Hector nods and goes back to his preparations. One of my biggest fears is our child unknowingly hurting you in some way. I have many countermeasures to this. I even have a little plot armor. In the form of a perk, but who knows? Maybe the baby will suck a lot of nutrients. Hector types while explaining, that's worrisome. She frowns, yeah, but it will be my child. Born from my adaptability, and his body will not be dumb. How so? Babies are essentially the perfect parasite. Hector-sama. Hiyori admonishes his way of talking. Hector shrugs, sorry, but is the truth. They perfectly trick the mother's immune system, make the mother's body produce hormones for them, and condition their brains to love them and find them cute. Even the gross things like puke. Hector-sama. The thing is, a good parasite will not kill the host, unless it has a way to migrate to another body or it completes its life cycle while it. Like the ones that put eggs on the host body. Gross. Hiyori covers her mouth. Yep, I'm the material of the E-serum. Coming from my secondary mutation that allows my body to adapt to supernatural powers. This will not only make the user resistant to the external powers, but will also limit their own powers to a level that their own body can handle. Till a certain age. For years, varying a little. You lost me a little? The thing is, while the baby will be inside you, it will be part of you. The baby's body will instinctively know how much your body can handle. Will hold back, or even accelerate the birth time. Don't be surprised if the gestation period happens to be 6 months. He continues, and now I will make your body like that. Your body will also adapt to my child better. So the gestation will be as normal as possible. At least, I don't think the baby will suddenly teleport out of your belly or something like that. He jokes, you really thought a lot. Hiyori didn't appreciate his joke too much, a little worried, like any mom. I'm a worrywart. I had these countermeasures months ago because of my people. My only worry is that I'm very strong, but... He points at her, you're gonna make me strong now. Exactly. Normally the process would give you that low-key adaptability that works better to your own powers and in this case the baby's possible powers, a healing factor, impenetrable skin, 50-ton class strength, and longevity coupled with a lot of resistance to diseases. Hector explains, that's a lot. Hiyori says impressed that's the better version of the serum he can produce. The one reserved for the likes of Shago and Helena. Now, if during the process some powers are introduced, we can control the direction where it goes. Everything that I said is only the standard. That's why he said to his people to choose the first 7 powers carefully. In this case, the mythical Zoan will lift the cap of your strength even more. You would be capable of dealing with some of the Tobarapo even without training and you will grow stronger even without doing anything. Your lineage is also very good. Hector finally finished everything. A chamber opens with a hiss, inviting Hiyori inside. Now go inside. I will stick my arm a second before the process. Don't worry, I can at any time help and adjust anything personally. I'm a cheater like that. He smiles at her full of confidence. Without hesitation Hiyori steps inside, ready to jump to the top of the world in a single step. Anyone would be envious of her if they know. Raw strength enough to contend with Yonko commanders, no limitations or weaknesses. When the high-level boyfriend boosts you, Hector jokes before turning the chamber on. Days later, Siko slides a door open and looks inside to see Hector staring at the view of a window while shirtless. Look what we have here. The man of the night is not even ready yet. She jokes while approaching his set of clothes. Let me help you. She grabs the traditional black wedding kimono. He doesn't answer with a joke, so she asks, anything in your mind? Always. But particularly right now I'm thinking that life is really unpredictable. I never imagined that my first wedding, I imagined that I would have more than one, would be like that. Japanese in this world with Hiyori. He says, without my parents. Well, you said before that the unpredictability of life makes life interesting and worth living. She tries to help. Fang Yuan was right. I'm not complaining, I only find it a little strange. Strange isn't always bad. And I think I should get used to it. He laughs a little. He turns to her with a more serious face. Do you have any problem in not being first? He asks. I'm a little jealous, but I know my time will come. She answers honestly while starting to work on removing his pants to put on his clothes, and I want to enjoy our time as lovers too. Hector nods. I will keep that in mind. I can do this alone, by the way. He says, gesturing to her dressing him. But I want to do it. She answers without room to refuse. That's new. She eyes his back while helping him put the upper part of the kimono there, on his shoulder, close to his neck, a 1-inch birthmark. You like it? It's my new bloodline birthmark. Will appear in all of my children too. Hector says, a spiral? Yes, a vortex vector spiral. Unique enough to be distinct, but not weird enough to people suspect anything. Well, not like anyone would see Hector, or even Eidolon, shirtless that easy. It looks a little like the Eidolon symbol. Siko comments before finally covering the birthmark with the kimono and continuing to dress him. It's the ideal. The most perfect form in creation. The circle. The convergence in the center symbolizes the forces of the universe, or the way it spreads in all directions symbolizes my many specializations. Hector smiles. The golden ratio. Spiral. I like the idea. Even the essence looked like a multicolored vortex inside the bottle before Hector drank it. Like a galaxy, like a roulette. I see. And what it does? Only marks your children? Afraid of being cheated on the paternity? She teases him. Impossible, are you forgetting about my senses? He laughs at her. It simply gives a little basic package to my descendants. The guarantee really. Nothing exceptional, but enough. As an example, I think this would guarantee all my children to inherit my conqueror's haki. I thought that was a given with the lineages and all that. She moves to his front and laces his kimono. It has a higher chance, but no. People are still surprised to see Luffy having conqueror's haki even knowing of his lineage. Siko finally finishes preparing Hector and gives a nod of approval while smoothing any invisible wrinkles. Good. Let's go. She turns to leave, but Hector doesn't move. Getting cold feet? She teases, maybe. I don't know. It still doesn't feel real to me. Hector confesses, here I am, ready to get married. But in 2 months I will go back to my other life. No consequences. It feels like I'm in a game. Just getting used to it. I decided already, even if I can live a life without consequences. I will carry everything I want. It's my choice. In the end, everything reduces to being my choice. Because I'm strong and I have options. He nods to himself. Good, you're cooler with this confident look. Siko smiles at him. He smiles back. One of these days I was thinking about a harem. The two start walking away. Oh? Is that so? Regretting already. Siko jokes, but Hector's face gets a little serious. A little. He says, but before he can hurt her he grabs her hand reassuringly. One of my favorite books has a quote of a character. The character lost the love of his life and said, when the sun has set, no candle can ever replace it. It's a beautiful quote. Make me look at the many examples of monogamous relationships and envy the ones that truly find their one and true love. So I was like, I will never have my sun and only candles. I respect the no harem sect now. Then he turns fast to Siko, with a gentle smile on his lips. sorry that you guys need to hear that. But I swore to myself to at least be honest. He says apologetically, but like all quotes, they can be changed a little, so to me I would change the candles to stars. And yes, while the stars in the sky can't replace a sun, we all know that stars are simply suns but very far away. He tightens his grip on Siko's hand and drops to a knee, and guess who is powerful enough to visit them? He points at himself cheekily. Siko can't help but let out a little giggle. From close enough, they are suns and I'm powerful enough to treat all my little stars like the suns they are. He kisses the back of her hand romantically while keeping eye contact. I said that before, and I will say it again. I will treat you all the best I can do. Enough to make any woman envious. I love you, Siko, and I love you, Cortana. He hugs Siko in person and Cortana mentally. I love you too, Hector/Master. The two melt in his embrace. Now let's add another little star on our sky dome of love. He drags them away. Can't you let the cute moment live a little longer? Siko rolls her eyes. Nope, it's cringe. Let's go, I can't wait to be married. I'm like the ultimate passport bro. Look where I came to find a trad wife. He jokes. You're insufferable. Wait till I start with the daddy jokes. The marriage will be realized in the flower capital because Kuri is not yet fully reformed. And Hiyori will be living here till Momonosuke returns. The attendance number is absolutely ridiculous as expected. There's not even enough space in the city. Outside the gates, the sea of people expands like an enormous festival. For the first time, Hector's supplies of food on his sky poison pearl were drained. He even went out to hunt more food and use some powers to not destroy the ecosystems. People in this world eat a lot. And all of this also because he doesn't want to hurt Wano resources. They still have a lot to rebuild. The marriage will also be transmitted on the many screens across the place and everything looks set. The decorations are up, everything is organized, security is tight and the food is ready. I'm beat. Tsukasa comments tiredly. Hector smiles smugly at him. Didn't you say that you would cook for me? Yes, but that's a lot of food. Tsukasa breaths out. Hector needed to duplicate him and boost his stamina. By the way, this new look didn't combine. Can't you go back to being a girl? Hector laughs. Tsukasa's form right now is absolutely muscular. Machio level of muscular. That's Ivankov's fault. Those hormones of his. Tsukasa complain. Yeah, don't worry, I know it will wear off and you will go back to normal but still maintain some strength. Very effective process. He is cycling on the juice. Hector says, I wish I didn't look like a brute. Tsukasa whimpers, you're emotional because of the hormones, try to not start a fight. Fights are bad. Isn't you that said something about fighting in a Viking setting? Tsukasa accuses, me? No. Never. Hector denies innocently, I said that in a Viking setting, you must have no enemies. Hector even takes a flower and peacefully smells it, passing the image of a delicate and polite gentleman. Tsukasa's face is a thing to behold. I will eventually grow crazy by being around you. Hector laughs and leaves the poor cook alone while he walks to the altar. A lot of familiar faces can be seen in the crowd. Yamato that is back from subjugating some territories of Kaido, Rayleigh, the Whitebeard pirates, and even Law. Hector slowly walks to the front of the altar, the raised dais that allows the main guest to see him, his face on the screens around the place. On the altar, only the important people like Siko, Cassandra, Denjiro, Yasui, and the bride herself, wearing a white kimono, with her features mostly obscured by a wataboshi, the Japanese equivalent of a veil. The place slowly falls silent while the man prepares some words. This shows how much respect he imposes. Yeah, thank you for the bride. The guy can't lose the opportunity to turn a solemn situation into a relaxed one. The whole place bursts into laughs and some jokingly curse at him. Can't you be serious? Give back my respect for you? Are we really gonna give our princess to this hoodlum? Ha! This remembers me of Odin's Sama. Hector in all his seriousness and dignity answers appropriately, shut up, you bastards. Even if you don't give her, I would steal her now. Try to stop me, suckers. And he flips them off. Hiyori, he really can't be honest, right? Siko, the truth is that he is embarrassed in being on the receiving end of thanks and praises, so he acts rude so that people won't do that. Cassandra. Sundara. The riot continues for some time, allowing some good laughs till Hector coughs on his hand to turn the situation more serious. Anyway, you guys have a point. My Hiyori is very precious, so I prepared an appropriate dowry. He then takes something from his inventory and presents it to the crowd. That's the lost blade of Shimatsuki Ryuma, Shusui. Now this creates another uproar completely different from the previous one. Shusui is prized as the national prize of Wano, one of the few black blades in the world. It was buried with Ryuma and never touched again because Wano unanimously thought that no one should be worthy of such a weapon. Ryuma has the great title of sword god by the country of samurais. It can only be imagined his reputation and prowess while living. The blade was stolen more than 20 years ago, and after the fact, Wano went on a downhill. People believe that Shusui is an auspicious treasure of the country. That's how important the sword is to them. Hector turns around to present the blade, still sheathed, to Hiyori. Even she is incredibly shocked. Hector kept it a surprise even from her. Denjiro is the one who goes forward and takes the sword from Hector's hand. Exchanging a nod between them, Denjiro does the show of slowly removing the sword of the sheath in front of all of Wano. It's really Shusui. It can only be that black luster can only come from a black blade. Anyone from Wano can recognize the design. And to think I would see Shusui in my life. The crowd talks in awe, some cry, and some thank the gods and Hector. All types of overly emotional reactions. Hector-sama, how did you find Shusui? Denjiro asks the question everyone wants to know. It was stolen by some trash. The guy had the power to raise corpses with a fraction of the original's power. So it's not weird that he would lust for the sword god's body. Hector explains almost everyone seethes in anger hearing that. Someone desecrated the body of their idol. Unfortunately, the body couldn't be recovered. There's still some will of Ryuma alive on the body, and he ignited himself to pass away and don't cause trouble or bring shame to himself and Wano. Hector says a half-truth and half-white lie. After that, the ceremony proceeded as expected. The priest purifies. They ask for the blessing of the gods to the couple, and the two take 3 sips each from 3 cups of sake. Hector follows almost everything perfectly to respect their customs, but one would notice his neglect in bowing to the gods and other related things. He doesn't respect gods he didn't know, at least. The party shows no signs of stopping. It probably will last till dawn and beyond, even though it starts at the beginning of the evening. The couple then excuses themselves to their bridal chambers. Hector slowly slides close the door behind him while looking at his now wife sitting on the bed. She avoids eye contact, too embarrassed to look at him. Now, how to proceed with this? If you act all shy like this, you will awaken the beast that inhabits all men, my dear wife. Hector thinks before walking to his wife. Going on his knees, Hector takes her hands on his, my dear wife. He calls her with a smile. Hiyori shyly steals a glance at him before hiding her lower face with a sleeve. Husband, Ata-sama. Shimai like the sound of that. His smile widens. Let me give my own vow. I'm sorry that you can't be my one and only, and how much of this relationship is unbalanced. Hiyori goes to say something, probably gonna talk about how this all started as her idea, but Hector raises one hand to stop her. So to balance things, believe when I say that I will treat you the best I could. And I only ask of you to respect and love me, our marriage and our family. Nothing more, nothing less. His woman could choose to be the most mediocre of all, it only needs to follow these things to him. Maybe it's a little hypocritical, but is non-negotiable. I accept. Hiyori confirms their marriage for the 2nd time this day. Thank you, he says from the bottom of his heart. Then his smile grows a tad crooked, filling with bad intentions. Now, I think the night is not over, don't you agree? He teases, I think so. Her tomato blush goes back to her face. He loves seeing her like that. He stands up and pulls her to her feet and without hesitation raises her chin to capture her lips. Hiyori is overwhelmed by Hector's gentle kiss. After separating from their lip lock, he smiles lecherously. I think there's a thing where the man rolls the woman out of her obi, right? Yes. She answers bashfully, also reaching for his clothes to help him undress. He stops her. I want to enjoy opening my gift, he says while removing her obi and taking some ornaments of her hair, letting her silk blue locks cascade over her shoulders. He slowly loosens the rest of her clothes and pushes her down on the bed. He appreciated her figure. Her legs and shoulders are revealed by the loose clothes. Creamy thighs and a white bosom tinted red by her embarrassment. I didn't say before because it was like stating the obvious, but you're beautiful, my wife. He smiles down at her, enjoying her blushing and capturing her cherry lips once again. After enjoying her soft lips, he didn't lose time on going lower, leaving hickeys on her neck, shoulder, and chest, marking his territory. Even lower he found her modest breasts, small when compared with her peers, but Hector would never care about it. Husband, Hiyori breathes out, gasping when Hector continues going lower, her thin arms trying to stop his advance and his legs closing in embarrassment. Don't look down there. She whines cutely, but it only makes his blood boil. Oh, my dear wife, you're not ready for what your future holds, he smirks at her. But don't worry, we're gonna discover together. He stands on his knees, removing himself from her, before removing the upper part of his clothes, baring her torso to her. From the way she looks at him, she likes it. She likes it very much. See? Now we're in a similar state. He laughs before slowly moving his face closer to her crotch. Now, I need to inform you. My powers allow me to guarantee pregnancy. So tonight is the night. Her eyes widen at his words, so let me prepare you for our baby-making sex. And taking advantage of her surprise, he delves deeper between her legs. Her underwear was removed so swiftly that she only noticed when the warm and hot sensation of his tongue touched her lower lips. All the way upwards, his tongue slowly drags over her slit. She moans, her hands instinctively going to his hair. Her legs clamping around his head. His big hands hold her ass from below, to better access. His thumbs spread her pussy and allow his tongue to delve as deep as it's allowed. Itching husband, that's. She gives up of grabbing his hair and thrashes around a little on the bed, biting her sleeve and clawing the sheets. Her sensitive reactions are fuel to Hector's enthusiasm. After a good and gentle tongue fucking, Hector removes his face from her, now red and flooding, pussy. She breathes hard. She feels that she is on the verge of something. Hector knows that too. To not lose the timing, he rips off his pants, revealing all of his body to Hiyori. She is on her end, still wearing her kimono loosely, if you ever can call that wearing. But Hector makes no move to take it off completely. He finds this way sexier. Blushing heavily, a sheen of sweat covering her pale skin making it practically glow, she looks like the perfect definition of a submissive maiden, and this makes him act up. Submissive and breedable. I ask myself since when I had a breeding fetish. He grabs her thighs to prepare for the next act. Hiyori sees his actions and helps him. Wrong. Don't be silly, Hector. Everyone has breeding kink. If not, we would fail as a species. With her legs wrapped around his waist, he lowers himself to kiss her dampened forehead. She could feel his member resting on her navel, making it clear how big and thick it was, making Hiyori gulp. I'm gonna start now. You can vocalize anything to me, my sexy wife. He says before interlacing their fingers together. He aligns himself with her entrance in a smooth, but slow, trust that takes her virginity. He can feel her clamping around his length instantly, his edging paying off. After giving her some time to recuperate, he starts moving slowly and in a probing way. Watching her reactions, I know that she is still too embarrassed to say something. He holds her hips with one hand to steady himself before getting more passionate with his wife. All the time, kissing her neck and face and whispering sweet things in her ear. She is latched on him like her life depended on it, hugging his neck with her arms and his waist with her legs. Moaning in response to his words. I'm not gonna hold back. Are you ready? He asks. Yes, I want your baby, and now. Her response is a louder moan when he goes deeper than even, coming at the same time and flooding her insides. Hiyori releases a silent scream and her toes curl while she reaches her climax for the second time this night. I can feel it, oh gods. I can feel it. She takes deep breaths, moving a hand to her lower belly. Is that so? But let's make sure. He smirks before grabbing her hand and making her sit on his lap in a lotus position. He kisses her again while grabbing and squeezing her bubble but to make her bounce on his cock. They have all night. Next day the sun is already high in the sky but the newlyweds remain on bed. Hector plays with Hiyori's hair, observing her cute sleeping face. She is tired from the night but not as much as one would expect. Hector's improvements already showing effect. And he was very gentle with her for obvious reasons. It still does not feel real. But I will protect this smile. With all my strength. He thinks while looking at her satisfied smile she snuggles closer to him, seeking his warmth on her naked skin. And give reasons to her smile more. He thinks before kissing her temple, your husband has work to do. He says, "Heh, that sounds nice." Slowly removing himself to not wake her, Hector puts on his clothes and orders his Shadowcon to protect her. Going overboard enough to put 100 of them around the room. They will notify him when she wakes up so that he can return in a second. I never thought that you would get married. Law comments while sipping some tea. He and Hector are sitting on a balcony while observing the influx of people below them on the street, noticing the hangover and the people cleaning the streets of the party. I have a normal life too. Hector shoots back with a smile, as if, so what do you want to talk about? Law goes straight to the point, don't act so cold, you're my cute disciple. Outside my people, you're the one that I most invested my time teaching. Hector acts hurt, whatever. You still haven't answered my question. Law rolls his eyes. Heh, even if you act cold outside I know that you have a conscience. You're like me on this aspect. Hector says while eating some dangos, I have 3 things to address. An order, an instruction, and a gift. You can speak, it's not like I'm gonna follow your words. Like I said, cold on the outside. Hector chuckles before making a serious face. Law, my time in this world is limited. Are you dying? Law frowns while looking at him. Heh, worried? Hector teases for a moment, making a vain jump on Law's forehead, but no. Let's say, imagine that I'm an ancient beast that woke up from a deep slumber but needs to go to sleep for some years again. He goes with this, an ancient beast? I can see that. Law deadpants, you keep hurting my fragile little heart. Anyway, in 2 months I will need to leave for some years. I will return. I 100% will, but I can't give you the exact date. Probably in some years. Hector confesses, and what this has to do with me? Law. Become a Yonko. That's my instruction. That's up to me. But why are you telling me this? Law says confused, and what does this have to do with you going into hibernation or whatever? Nothing much. Hector shrugs, the world will change in the future, Law. I predict wars and skirmishes all over the planet. There are 3 vague spots to Yonko if we count Big Mom out of the equation. You really did a number on her, huh? She was mentally handicapped now, but can be a good guard dog, so don't go attacking her territory, her children can use her. But I don't think they can command as much as influence as before. And the other 2 spots? You're occupying one of them, right? As if, maybe in name. I'm above you all. I'm not an emperor, more like a god. Or a devil. Heth, but Yamato will be the other Yonko after I leave. She will command Kaido's forces. She was his daughter, you must have seen her. Tall, white hair, horns, boisterous. I see. Wait, she is Kaido's daughter. He exclaims in shock, and the people here don't care? Rosinante and Doflamingo are brothers and they are very different. Hector says to summarize, back to the topic, Ace will probably take over the Whitebeard pirates and become a Yonko too. Basically, your quest is to dispute with the rest of the worst generation for Big Mom's slot. Looks troublesome. He sighs. Wanna let Luffy, Kid, and the others surpass you? You have such a ridiculous head start and still gonna lose. Hector teases once again. A vein pops off Law's forehead. I can do that. It's only a former Yonko crew. No big deal. He declares, that's the spirit. Hector laughs now. The favor. Remembers our deal. Hector side glances him in the beginning. Hector offered himself to train Law and allow him to take revenge in exchange for a favor. I remember, what do you want? Protect Wano. My family and people here. Hector says, so this is what you're after in making me a mass influence as a Yonko. Law concludes, don't worry, you can also come here for help. It's like a pirate alliance, but the two parts need to be equal, right? If not would be subordination. Hector says, not caring after some time Law relents, fine. I promise I will come to help. Hector smiles, don't worry, you're personally trained by me. When you Haki grow stronger you will reach Yonko level. And if you want another objective. Hector takes 2 items from his inventory, a giant folded paper and a small chest. This is a copy of the road poneglyph. The one that was with Kaido. Hector explains before realization down on his face. Ah yes, you still don't know what is. The road poneglyphs points to the One Piece. To Laugh Tale, the last island. There's 4 of them. They are red, and when you decipher them, the center of the location that they described is where the last island lies. Law opens the big paper a little. How do I decipher it? In this world only Nico Robin can read it. That's why O'Hara was destroyed. There are other ways, but you must discover alone. Nico Robin, huh? She is with the Straw Hats. Law contemplates, let me say something. I know that you're not this type of person, but if you hurt her, I will kill you. Hector says in a carefree way like he is talking about the weather. Law needs to do a double take to see if he is really serious, but I will give you a tip. The Kazukis also can read the poneglyphs. Unfortunately, that was lost with Kazuki Odin. But I can read too, and I will teach my wife. You can read too? I'm the devil. Hector says like it was some big explanation. Anyway, if you acquire all 4, just come back and ask Hiyori to read for you. See? The alliance is advantageous, right? By the way, keep it a secret. Law slowly nods. It's the secrets of D on Laugh Tale? He asks yes. Hector confirms, I have 2 other road poneglyphs, by the way. Do you? Yes, but I'm not gonna give to you. Hector smiles cheekily. One I will put in a secret place to create a real treasure hunt, Big Mom's one. And the other you can find easily. You only need to use your mouth. Hector gives another tip, use my mouth? Law is even more confused. He only needs to ask one of the minks. Hector asks himself how long will take to Law realize. The guy is antisocial. Now, open the chest. It's my parting gift to my disciple. Hector smiles softly. Law slowly opens the small chest. His eyes widen and his mouth trembles, agape seeing the contents. A devil fruit. One that he recognizes very well after incessantly looking at it in the encyclopedia, the Nagi Nagi no Mi, Calm fruit. Corazone's devil fruit. I found it in the criminal underworld. Apparently, Doflamingo found it and kept it hidden. It's yours to use as you see fit. That it's just a weak fruit. He tries to shrug off his heavy feelings. Powers are more than simple powers. Hector stares at him, trying to hide his emotional reaction before sighing and looking away. Do you know? Many devil fruits are like the counters of others. The Yomi Yomi no Mi counters the Sorosor no Mi and other examples. After noticing that Law is paying attention, Hector continues, this fruit makes everything silent, right? Sound is vibration. This fruit counters the Gura Gura no Mi of Whitebeard. Exclamation point. A gentle power that can stop the power to destroy the world. Very fitting to Corazon, a man that wanted to stop Doflamingo's evil and destructive actions. Law is holding back his tears a little. Hector stands up to leave the guy alone. And every power can be trained to great height. Fruit maybe can awaken the power of stillness. You don't know it, but is very up. Hector smiles before walking away. Call me if you want to eat it, I can make it happen. Days past. Hector spends most of his time with his wife, while his divided bodies goes around the world collecting what he wants. He focuses especially on the reconstruction of Curry, and when he can he always brings Hiyori together so that she can watch how he does things. Healing people, assigning jobs, reconstructing villages and creating new ones, restoring the environment, taking care of corrupt officers, creating orphanages and improving schools, delivering punishment to the beast pirates. Hector did everything while having fun with his wife and his people around this Japanese-like country. Outside Wano, Hector collected the powers that he was leaving for later. Meeting Buggy and Alvida, some of the worst generation like Apu and Basil Hawkins, going around the Four Blues to personally explore the world unknown to him because was never shown. He even finds some strong devil fruits users like the Warp fruits, Mythicazoan, Pegasus, and other devil fruits powers that would eventually fall under the Blackbeard Pirates crew in canon. Essentially, he is almost completing the achievement of collecting everything in this travel. Some moments worth noticing were when he finally went to the Germa Kingdom and him meeting Bonnie. In the Germa Kingdom, he was surprisingly treated with respect when he arrived there, Vinsmoke Judge planning to hop in his coattails to complete his plans. He sometimes forgot that he is a big shot and that Judge respects strength. Judge talked with him politely, invited him for dinner, proposed an alliance. He was almost put off by the unexpected display. Almost. He ended up destroying the German kingdom anyway. Even he finds it a little awkward. But even so, that place only sows destruction with his mercenary-like ways. It was funny when Reiju was sent to seduce him. Hector as a married man rejected her advances, obviously. But kidnapped her anyway afterward. So, you reject my father. Rejects me. Only to destroy my father's dream and take me anyway. Reiju raises her swirling eyebrow at him while being carried on his arms, that it's complicated. Hector gives a wry smile. They are floating above the burning Germa kingdom. Hector didn't kill Sanji's family, but the blow is huge. He destroyed the lab and the research, captured the clones and destroyed the factory, and the weapons, stole the money. Judge stays there, crying like a child amidst the ruins, asking the heavens, why? Why? The Psychopaths brothers just remain still, maybe even finding the situation a little amusing. It's not about what I do. It's how I do it. Hector tries to explain his complicated way of doing things. I can't accept your body in exchange for an alliance. Your family is full of assholes and deep down you're a good girl. You would be the one sacrificing herself while the evil ones benefit. So, I destroyed their plans and freed you. He smiles at her, and now I'm accepting you on my crew. You wouldn't need to go through all this trouble if you just accepted my father's proposal. She sighs, I would be yours nonetheless. The results can be the same, but the process changes everything. Hector argues, anyway, come with me to live far away from you shitty family. What if I say no? She raises her distinct eyebrow again, challengingly, I will kidnap you. I'm a pirate here. Hector deadpants. He likes Reiju and thinks that she deserves better. He took her anyway. It's not like she has any place to return. He would show her something more than her toxic family environment, and if after all that she still wants to go away, he is not gonna stop her. He is not that much of a good Samaritan. Trying to save people that don't want to be saved is tiresome. And his meeting with Bonnie was. Hector drops off from the sky on the deck of Bonnie's ship. Ready for a fight, he turns to face Jewelry Bonnie. This is a robbery, he declares, but 5 minutes later, instead of going away after defeating everyone on board, copying her power, and flirting a little with her, Hector finds himself sitting on the deck of the ship while eating with the crew, Bonnie's arm around his shoulder like they are long-dated friends. So you're really Kuma's daughter? I knew that you two are related in some way, but not that close. Hector comments while taking a bite of the pizza that he cooked for them. After the initial confrontation where Bonnie asked what Hector did with Kuma, because the newspapers said that he dealt with him and Moria, he casually said that dropped him off with his friends. And the situation is like this. Kuma is my father. Don't you dare say otherwise. I'm his daughter. I'm his daughter. Bonnie throws a tantrum while eating, weirdo. Hector thinks, but he is used to weird people in this world, but you cook very well. Good job. Like a kid, Bonnie forgets that she is mad and praises him with a thumbs up. Wanna enter to my crew? She asks. Hector laughs at the absurdity of the question. Instead, why don't you become my WM dash? He starts saying to tease her, but he stops. At that moment, a shiver passed through his spine and he felt fear. His pupils constrict to minuscule dots and his body stiffens. His many sixth senses, spider, danger, all alerting him. In life, sometimes people has a gut feeling, a without thinking reaction that saves them, a completely irrational premonition that assaults their mind. Some stop on time and dodge a car even without looking, some slap a mosquito perfectly like a ninja, and some catch their phones that are falling. A split of second where something alerts you and your body instantly reacts. The adrenaline only shows effects later. It's happening to Hector now. As a part of his personality, he always checks the person he is first meeting with his power. Especially as Eidolon. Seeing their aura, checking for hidden weapons, bad intentions, looking at their soul. It's almost instinctual when he uses the all-seeing eyes of God to do that. After all, in Marvel there are shapeshifters and all that. Here, in the One Piece world, he relaxed and stopped doing that. But at this moment he activates his powers to check Bonnie. It's totally a whim decision, his instincts making him do that without thinking much. His mouth slowly widens. Young. Her soul is young. He thinks, her fruit. She is always using her fruit. Is she like sugar? Did the fruit stop the aging of her soul as a side effect? His overthinker mind goes a mile per second. He recoils always from Bonnie, any thought about enjoying her softness while she hugs him with familiarity forgotten. HM? What is this? Is your stomach hurting? Bonnie asks in confusion. Hector doesn't say anything. Side-glancing her crew, he decides to keep her secret. How to know if she is using it as a protection, right? Mr. Blue Sky finishes the job of copying her power and Hector stands up. I need to go, he says with his voice tight, a little guilty about his initial thoughts. Already? I was preparing for us to party all night. Bonnie says with a frown. Her choice of words only complicates things more. Yeah. In 10 years maybe. Bye. He runs. He is speed. To be continued. World of Pirates, Part Finale, 2 halves, Disclaimer, I own nothing. This story has no interest in offending any party, having the sole objective of only entertaining the readers. Enjoy. The only person you are destined to become is the person you decide to be. Ralph Waldo Emerson. Immediately, Hakenosu, the famous pirate island, a place without laws, is the paradise of the pirates in the New World. Strength rules here. In canon, this island would eventually become the Blackbeard pirates' main port after they defeat the current ruler and former Rocks pirate, Achaku. Right now, Hector plans to act as some sort of corrective force. Let's destroy this place, he says casually while he, Siko, Cassandra, and Makia cross a portal to the island. How much? Siko asks with a predatory grin while removing a katana from her scabbard. I want nothing less than a massacre. Hector says coldly, that's what I was hoping to hear. Siko hums before shooting off to the distance. The strongest one is mine. She goes straight to the huge skull in the center of the island, ready to take down Achaku and whatever officials he has. You can stay out of this. Hector turns to Cassandra. She shrugs her shoulder and starts walking in the direction of the center of the island. She doesn't plan to stay away from this fight. Okay, but retreat if you feel bad. You need to get used to it anyway, but don't do anything you don't want. Hector sighs and relents. Cassandra blitzes at distance. It's unknown if she really is gonna kill anyone or not. Makia, destroy the ships. Hector orders and the giant man obeys, going in the direction of the port. At this point, the whole island is on high alert and knowing that there's an enemy attack. Even in this lawless place, a smidgen of order still remains. Large-scale battles are forbidden to not damage the island. So the people here divided themselves in two, the ones that are trying to run because is not their problem and the ones that will stay for whatever reason. Maybe they will fight for some distorted patriotism, or maybe only to be in the fun or only wanted to watch. But regardless of what group these pirates belong to, they all freeze when they saw Hector floating a little above them. It's the devil. Fuck. Run. Hector's face is a mask while he looks down on them like ants. His mouth opens and even though he says it in a low voice, the whole plaza and beyond can hear his words like he whispered directly into their hearts. Death. Or death? Everyone's hearts sank. Hector is using soul pocus from the soul fruit. The same words, but spoken in completely different tones, show his intentions of not leaving anyone alive. The only difference is that one will be painless and the other not. So this is how Big Mom does it. She combines it with Conqueror's haki, he thinks, while he watches everyone freeze in fear. Their soul literally left their bodies when his words and haki crashed on them. Sorry, but I chose this world for many reasons. It has everything. Even scum material like you guys. He comments casually and without pity. With a grab motion, he starts to seize the soul force of everyone present. Their body withers and they die instantly. Hector floats leisurely while collecting material and recycling the trash. Most of them are paralyzed in fear. Some try to resist but are easily subdued. They couldn't muster even 10% of their power in such a state. Some try to beg, bargain, play dead, seduce by showing their boobs, lie about having a family, shout things about the vengeance of a stronger boss, or whatever. Hector treats all of them equally. Death or death. Only the ones that try to fight feel the excruciating painful sensation of having your life force/soul force rip off their bodies. This unsurprisingly shut up most of them. On that day, Hakinosu Island became a graveyard, and will stay like that for a long time. People of the sea are a superstitious bunch. They will treat the place as one of bad luck and curse and will keep it empty. The biggest storm ever registered is happening right now above the New World. It covers at least half of the planet and looks like the world is ending. Winds, rain, lightning, hail. Everything that one would expect from a treacherous sky is being displayed right now. People and beasts alike look at the huge spiraling dark clouds in fear and trepidation. There's nothing they can do, only cower in their safe places and wait for it to end. Pray for it to end. The black clouds and flashes of lightning revolve around itself, converging in a single point in the sky. In the center of everything stood Hector. Unmovable in the sky, wet and with his hair whipping around wildly. His two hands are outstretched like he is holding something. His unblinking eyes don't move away from his hands. Because he is holding the center of the storm. Converge. His words could have been heard even above the loud wind. And like a fast-forward movie, the storm starts disappearing. The huge vortex of dark clouds being sucked to the center. To a black ball on Hector's hand that occasionally shines brightly. The process lasts a minute maybe. After that, everything is back to normal, like nothing happened, and only people's memories can confirm that a truly strange event happened. So, how should I call you? Hector smiles at the ball that slowly unfolds in a small cerulean cute cloud. Maybe a simple nimbus? Cloud 9. Hector tries to think of a good name. He just created a new homie using the soul fruit. His strongest homie till now and also the strongest in history. Different from his mantle, this time he didn't use a part of his soul. Only used thousands of lives of pirates. Not even Big Mom would be that wasteful. But he needed a good foundation. Beyond the clouds, he also used mist and gases that he produced from his powers to create. This is why it has a bluish color, because of the quirk of Shirakumo Oboro. It will have many more abilities this way. Even creating portals. And the final touch. He gives it a copy of Storm's Omega-level Atmokinesis. It's another Yonko-level character being created by this guy. But obviously he is going all out to create guardians for his family too when he leaves. The term, head on the clouds, means daydreaming. He watches the cute cerulean cloud be distracted by some birds and float away a little before noticing that is getting far from Hector and returning. I will call you Kusoka. Means daydreamer in Japanese. I will create a daydreamer, in English, using my soul in my universe too. You're to protect my family, Kusoka. Hector talks to him. Kusoka nods obediently, like a kid. Hector didn't train enough with the soul fruit, so he is not that good at creating personalities. So his only worry is making it obedient, loyal, and loving to his people. And calm. He really put the effort into making it calm. It's a homie that can create storms after all. In a world filled with water. Let's go create your brothers. Hector drops to the sea below. Normally it wouldn't be possible. But mine is not a devil fruit power anymore. He puts his hand on the seawater and a vortex surges on the surface. Time to create another broken character. And in this world, it can only imagine the potential of something that can control the sea. There's that evil water on One Punch Man and Morphling in Dota. He visualizes what he wants to create. After that, I will go to that island with a huge volcano to create a phoenix. One that can cure too. He thinks out loud. But then a thought crosses his mind. And he slowly raises his head to look at the sun. A smile widens to ridiculous proportions on his face. The flow of time is unstoppable, unless Hector uses the world. So more and more days flies out the window. It could be said that Hector did most of what he wanted to do in this world. The trip was to last 3 months and he planned on going at a leisurely pace. After all, everyone on this planet was trapped here with him. But in the end he ended up speed-running a little to stop the suffering of others. The last 2 weeks, after his marriage, are very calm. He trained every day, meditated, worked with his powers, studied Germa's technology, continued to collect powers, experimented with a lot of new food, visited new places, and spent time with his wife and friends. That's what he did in his free time for himself. One day a certain friend came to spend time with him and Hector took another decision to not hesitate again. Hector, let's fight. Yamato runs toward Hector on a beach while waving her kanabo at him. Her running throws sand everywhere. Hector stops middle motion. He is playing with Rover and turns to her. Can't you ask anyone else? Like Siko or Makia? He asks and then throws the huge pillar of metal in his hand to the horizon at supersonic speeds. Rover speeds up and runs in the air chasing the stick. You're more fun. And Siko and the others are out. She answers. Hector remains silent while watching Rover running back at him carrying the huge pillar in his mouth. Kmun, she whines while pulling his clothes. What about a bet then? He suggests while throwing the metal pillar again, breaking the sound barrier. A bet. Yeah, the loser has to do anything the winner asks for. You can ask me to be your spar partner forever or any other thing. Even destroy the world or bring you to the One Piece. Hector's face still remains impassive while he tricks her. Oh, let's do it. It's a win-win situation. We're gonna spar anyway, she smiles. Are you sure? I'm tricking you, you know? There's no way I would lose, he says honestly. He is tricking her honestly. I don't care. You wouldn't ask for anything bad, right? And to the surprise of 0 people, Hector won. Yamato lays sprawled on the rooftop of Onigashima, panting from the exertion of the spar. Hector slowly approaches her. Ah, that was fun. It is different from when my father used to beat me. Yamato sits up. So what do you want? She asks. I will take what I want later. Hear me out for a second. Hector goes even closer to Yamato. Even sitting on the ground, she is not that much smaller than him. Yamato, accept that you're a woman and be my woman. He doesn't beat around the bush. What? A shocked expression takes over her face. Listen, I will not say anything like, I'm gonna make you a woman, but is basically that. He sighs at his own actions. The thing is, being very direct, because I think is the only way to go through this thick skull of yours. He fondly pokes her forehead. I like you. Her mouth remains open. I know. It's a little weird for me too. Hector sighs and looks around a little before focusing on her again. Normally I don't do that. In truth, you're literally the first woman that I'm actively pursuing. He continues, I'm adept at letting things happen naturally. It worked till now. I'm so handsome after all and apparently I'm everyone's fetish. Hef, he jokes narcissistically, but I know this wouldn't go with you, right? He looks at her eyes. The concept is too foreign for you. So I need, like almost every man, to take the initiative this time. He shrugs. Yamato is silent for a moment before exclaiming, but I'm Odin. That's exactly the other thing I want to talk about. He tries to be the most empathetically possible. Come on, Yamato, you need to grow out of this. And don't take me wrong, I'm not acting like your father. He interrupts her before she can protest. Having a role model is great. But I think this mindset is limiting you now. And is a little inconsiderate to the people that know Odin. He makes a cringing face. No one said that to you? She rolls her thumbs and pouts a little at his question. Some people gave me some looks. Hector sighs again and pats her head. Yamato didn't have much of a skinship beyond being beaten growing up, so she likes it. You don't need to be Odin, Yamato. You're an amazing person in your own right. An amazing woman. Strong, optimistic, beautiful, hardworking, gentle, considerate, appreciative, and many other qualities that made me like you and desire you to be mine and myself to give all the love you never received. His smile at her is incomparably gentle, his hand caressing her cheek lovingly. Yamato is currently speechless from his words. The situation is completely unexpected, like Hector said she never thought about that. I like Yamato. Hector repeats, I don't need you to continue to pretend to be Odin. And there's also the limit to what Odin did. After you did what he did and wanted, like open the borders of Wano and travel, what you're gonna do? Kill yourself in a boiling pot? He challenges, and even Odin had a significant other, right? He smiles roguishly, tuh. No better option than me. He points at himself with his thumb. Yamato doesn't react, so his jokes fall flat. And anyway, I plan to use the bet to ask for a kiss. Give you a taste of romance, but I'm a pirate. I'm gonna steal that kiss. He approaches her and does just that without hesitation. A hand firmly but gently holds her cheek and he lowers himself to give her a long kiss. A long chaste kiss, no tongue or anything. Only their lips connected, Hector trying to convey his feelings through it and awakening some feelings on her. Her mouth finally closes instinctively to receive the kiss, proof that some things are ingrained in our beings. Affection is one of them. Removing himself from her, Hector keeps a short distance to look into her eyes and says while still holding her face, about that bet. I want you to really think about what I just said. Really put a thought about it. He finally lets go of her after planting a peck on her forehead. Tonight I will be alone if you have an answer or want to explore more. He winks at her, but you can take as long as you want, but remember that I will go away in a month. He turns around to go away. Yamato is still shell-shocked, but there's a small blush covering her cheeks and her chest is heaving slightly. Don't be afraid to reject me too. We can always be friends. Hector waves his hand in a goodbye, leaving her alone on the rooftop. All of this was brought up after a lot of consideration from Hector and talks with his girls. Previously, his mentality of leaving this world behind blocked his path of having anything slightly serious with any woman here. He didn't even want to sleep with anyone. But now that he will eventually come back anyway. Why hesitate? Why wait? He would pursue other girls. But he doesn't think he has the time to really do it seriously. So he bet on Yamato and her only. He also doesn't want to stay in the way of the others' dreams, like Robin. Yamato wants to stay in Wano anyway. And she doesn't like anyone else. And like he said, he would need to take the first step. All those shippers of Yamato's Ace are fake too, he checked. Ace in truth has a little strange relationship with a certain female marine that appeared in his novel called Isuka. A cliché situation of enemies but lovers. So Hector tried. She is one of his top-tier waifus too. He would regret not trying. Later that night Hector was alone and smiled when he heard the knock on his door. Yamato was standing there for some time, unsure. And Hector didn't press her for anything and patiently waited for her. Enter. Hector says and watches Yamato bashfully enter his room. It's a stark contrast to how she always blasts on places. Without a care. This is good. This shows that she is seeing him differently now. Exactly like when someone confesses to another and even though the other doesn't have feelings initially, they get conscious of the first person's presence and love. Hi. Hector greets her normally, hi. She answers quietly. The silence is a little awkward, so Hector as the man takes charge again. So, do you have an answer? If not, you can think more. And if you want to reject me, just say so, you're not gonna hurt my feelings. He gives her an encouraging smile. This gives back her courage. She can be a fearless warrior but also can be a shy maiden. Hector finds this extremely cute. Seeing her play with her fingers and avoiding eye contact. I just thought that I can't be coward enough to not try. This woman thing. She whispers, huh? Hector laughs out loud and after that stands up. Well, that is not an answer. he says, making her get even more shy. He walks towards her and extends his hand. Wants me to guide you and show it? He asks yes. She finally looks at his eyes. I trust you. She grabs his hand, he kisses it, giving her a taste of being treated like a dame. Thank you, means a lot to me. It really means. Then he approaches even further and pulls her till they are very close. As much I would like to enjoy being the smaller one. I think the logistics would work better if I'm taller than you. He suddenly grows in height. Yamato is 8 feet 8 inches, feet tall, 263 centimeters. And yes, Hector would enjoy a lot climbing all that, but he preferred to start at 3 meters. He was more than a full head taller than her now and keeping his body well proportioned. Wow, you can do that? She asks in awe. This and a lot more. He keeps her smile and pulls her closer, in a hug. He really likes Yamato. He wants to treat her right. And Hector is a patient man. He will be slow and steady, trying to be the most understanding of her circumstances. How it feels? He asks while they keep hugging. It's good. She mutters with her head on his chest. That is the first time she has been hugged like that. Against a male body that so perfectly fits like that. With someone who is a potential romantic partner. Yes, hugs are great. I love them. Hector says while caressing her back soothingly. I'm seeing it. She tightens her arm around him. They continue like that for an unknown period of time. Eventually, Hector starts kissing her forehead and horns, asking if she can feel it. It's simply a pure and innocent show of affection. Their hands move around their bodies, not in lewd areas. They sway gently from side to side a little. Talking and playing around with some tickles too. Then the mood is just right. Just perfect. After a special good laughter Yamato gives, courtesy of Hector's wandering tickling fingers, her head moves back a little. And when the laugh dies off and the silence reigns again, she notices Hector's gentle gaze on her face. They kiss again. She meets him midway through his movement. Once again is a chaste kiss, only their lips connecting each other. But it feels much more. They said that the eyes and window to the soul, and then the mouth is the door to it. A kiss is a very personal experience. Incredibly intimate. They separated after a long time. Yamato takes a deep breath that she didn't notice she was holding. Let me teach a new thing. Hector gives her a light smirk before kissing her again. She answers in kind, even grabbing him by the back of his head and torso tightly. The kiss is more intense and finally, Hector introduces some tongue on it. Exclamation point. Yamato's eyes widen feeling it, but a caress on her side tranquilizes her and she goes with the flow. Nothing knowing what to do and simply letting Hector drive her onto this ride. Some seconds later she discovers that she likes this too. She likes this even more. The kiss brought out a wilder side of her and she grew active. The hands start going places previously unexplored. She moans deeply into his mouth when he finally gives a good squeeze on her thick backside, the soft but still firm flesh being mauled by him. He enjoys her reaction very much too and separates himself with a rogue smile. She is feeling hot under the collar now. Come with me, he pulls her to the bed. And she follows without hesitation. But no, he is not going to initiate sex with her. Not yet. They still have a lot to go through and have some talks. He sits first on the futon, his back on the wall, and he conducts her to straddle him. Their position is much more intimate, she can feel it. Their bodies are pressed tightly together, her weight on him. Let's continue, he says before reinitiating from where they stopped. The makeout session this time is more intense. They continue to swap saliva, Hector playing with her ass, Yamato's hand exploring his torso. Stopping sometimes to Hector to kiss her neck and nibble on her ear. Things she imitates too. I'm feeling a tingling sensation down there. She moans while he leaves kisses on her collarbone. A thumb circling around a nipple over her clothes. That's normal. Kiss *, this is your body feeling good and getting ready to go even further. To make babies. He gives her a teasing smile. Then he points at her covered nipple. This is also a signal. Showing her nipple poking the cloth, she cutely nods seriously at his explanation, while enjoying his ministrations. I also am being affected, he says and holds her ample hips with his 2 hands. He presses her down and with some movements, she can see about what he is talking about. She can feel it. She lets escape a moan feeling his big, hot, and hard length under her. Pressed against her pussy lips, separated by their clothes. She unconsciously and instinctively starts making movements to feel it better, dry humping his cock. Seeking something. Satisfaction maybe. This feels good. She continues to rub herself on him. Want to feel even better? Hector asks, making Yamato give him a curious look. And without further ado, but slow enough to be stopped, Hector removes Yamato's white top garment from her shoulders. Exposing her huge breasts, she doesn't care in this world. These things are nothing much, especially for her. I need to address this later with her. Hector thinks while enjoying the act of slowly unraveling her soft tits, don't want other men taking advantage of her. His hands go to the lower part of her breasts. They are big as expected with a perfected shape and pink aureole. Once again Hector sighed at not being on his normal size. He would enjoy them better when they were the size of his head. Are you a baby? On this. She starts saying when he puts a nipple on his mouth, but is cut off when the sensations start to get good. He does everything he can with her milk juggers, using his power to massage them, biting slightly, his fingers and tongue. Everything to her pleasure. Yamato goes back to rub herself on him while on the receiving end of his care. She really is seeking completion, which is hard to get. There is something. She is almost there. Her movements go frantic and more desperate with each passing second. Go up a little, Hector says while one of his hands sneaks down on her abs. Yamato reluctantly separates their waists from each other, and his hand enters her red hakama. She exclaims in surprise. Now is a full-blown assault. Her breast and her pussy are being stimulated by him. She is completely still while holding onto his shoulder for dear life, her eyes shut in concentration. She doesn't want to lose the pleasure she is receiving. With a last use of his powers, Hector flickers her bean and Yamato comes. She releases a high-pitched squeal uncharacteristically of her and tightens her grip, on his finger below with her pelvic muscles and on his head with her arms. She is smoldering him on her breasts, and probably any other would die from asphyxiation or by having their bones broken. Hector lets her ride the waves of her probable first orgasm and come back to her senses on her own. When he feels her gripping loosening and her breathing going back to normal, he asks, "It was good." That was great. I never thought that something like this could exist. She confesses. He smiles at her for an instant before kissing her again. The kiss is even more intimate than the previous ones. Yamato is even more active with her tongue, moving her body to feel all of him and moaning in his mouth without shame. After they separate again, they only keep staring at each other's faces for a while. Yamato's features are being brightened by the moonlight reflecting on her sweat, and that only makes her more mesmerizing to him. Coupled with her white hair, she looks like she is glowing. "You're beautiful," Hector states fondly, moving a strand of her away from her sweaty forehead and giving a peck on her lips. Yamato doesn't say anything. She is a little confused, but Hector can say that the way that she is looking at him changed. She is looking at him more deeply, appreciating him. Her hand running around his muscular torso is another proof of it. Muscular bodies are not that uncommon in this world, but Hector is especially very well proportioned. Like a work of art. She looks down at his exposed pecs and abs, feeling strange that she likes it so much. Let's sleep. Hector pulls her to lay down on the bed. Cuddling on the sleep is awesome too. He smiles at her. She lets him do it again. Once again, nothing lewd happened. Even if she is not mentally that exhausted. A nap after a climax is always a good experience for anyone. Well, sorry, but I'm gonna enjoy myself now. He smirks and goes back to his normal height. This makes his head goes on level with her creamy and still exposed breasts. You can treat me as a teddy bear. He hugs her tightly and she answers in kind, enjoying once again this much of skinship. She slept peacefully that night. The best sleep of her life. But Hector doesn't. I have a boner. He deadpans on his mind. He never reached his own completion tonight. Normally, after making Yamato feel good, he would say something like, "Now it's your turn," and guide and teach her how to do it. But not tonight. He is a patient guy. He can sacrifice tonight for a good investment in the future. And is not all about sex, he is enjoying the cuddling too. But damn this boner. And time continues to pass while Hector continues to make his preparations. At a certain moment, when Hector is going back to spend time with Hiyori, he pauses. Some meters away from Hiyori, he goes completely still. He was feeling. Inside her. Realization hit him like an interplanetary laser. Without saying anything and quietly, he approaches her. He can see his child being formed. He can see the little motes of the soul converging to form a new life. He takes a deep breath, his eyes wide. Another breath. He calms himself and goes to hug his wife. Husband. She is stopped by a tight hug, her face buried in his chest. It's confirmed 100% now. Our child is growing inside you. He says to her happiness blossoms in an instant, and she hugs him with more strength. The couple is cuddling beside a tree, Hiyori on his lap while Hector protectively embraces her from behind. His hand rubbing circles on her belly. So what do you think the name should be? Hiyori asks, Gohan if is a boy and Tomi if is a girl. Hector answers instantly, Gohan and Tomi. Hiyori says the names to test it, they are cute names. She says seriously, sorry, I was half joking and didn't think much about it. Hector's sweat drops seeing she taking those suggestions seriously. You can choose the name. A Wano name. He says, no. You name them. She turns to him pouting, why? Just name them. I will not even be here when he or she will be born. He says sadly, Hector. She says his name. That's rare. Choose the names. And here it is again. Her stubbornness. What can he say beyond, yes ma'am? At least he has the final say. Outside Wano, Hector is finally going to visit Egghead. I have to say that I'm a little impressed with your achievements, Vegapunk. Hector comments to the Tide scientist he laughed a lot, really a lot when he saw him. He was expecting something to subvert his expectations. Maybe a muscle man, a woman, a lowly. Then he is exactly like the cliché of a scientist. It's a fucking Einstein parody. Can you let me go now? Vegapunk asks, irritated, wait some minutes, yes? I will release you unharmed depending on what I found. He comments, Cortana will finish in a minute. You really created a very complex AI. She acts exactly like a real person and is incredibly autonomous. Vegapunk comments impressed after he saw Cortana blitz through all of his cyber defenses and still make fun of him while doing it. She is alive. Hector says, and what are we if not super complex organic computers? She is simply not bound to our prison of flesh. Done, master. Cortana voices says on his wrist device. His defenses are very immature. Cortana says with a smug tone. She is like that because Vegapunk said that his defenses are impenetrable. This makes the old scientists bristle in professional pride. It's normal. He is good, but he has no competition. Why improve the defenses when no one else can hack it? Hector shrugs and goes through Vegapunk life work. He is a little impressed. Cyborgs, robots, holograms, floating magnetic devices, and much more. These things would not be out of place in a highly advanced lab on Marvel. It's impressive he did everything by himself in this world. There are places out there that don't have electricity. People still go around lighting up lamps on the streets. Seraphim? Hector turns to Vegapunk with an accusatory look. What is to keep the peace on those seas? Vegapunk defends himself. You can't be that naive. Hector says in disbelief, listen here, Oppenheimer. If you give anything to a government, they will turn it into a weapon. If you give a weapon, then. I see. High IQ, low wisdom? You're really an optimistic guy, huh? Hector checks his other projects. He can see a clear outline. It's confirmed. Vegapunk is a good guy. A lot of his research is for the betterment of people. His only mistake was to trust the world government. Are you creating other bodies? Ask interested, maybe intelligent people always think the same. We are very limited to our one body. Vegapunk already transplanted his brain away, but is still creating his satellite bodies to divide his work. Yes, I will use my brain as a central too. I understand. Brain waves are like radio waves. Did you study the Den Den Mushi's telepathic link? Hector interrupts him. Are you gonna control all the bodies? I bet a huge brain would allow it. Hector comments. He already copied Vegapunk's power. It's not that appealing. It's a simple unlimited brain storage. He is already close to it, and he doesn't want to have a balloon's head. Maybe a pocket brain dimension. He thinks of ways for it to be useful. No, they will be autonomous. I can't divide my work if I will be the one doing all of it anyway. Vegapunk states Hector overcautious being rejects these words. With all his power, you're really dumb. I'm the smartest man alive. In this world only. And tell me about the countermeasures of creating clones of you. Obedience as chips? Brain conditioning during their formative period? Self-destruct device through a certain signal emitted by your brain? Undisputable authority and clear hierarchy? We are gonna be a team. Hector stares at this man. I think I gonna punch you. This is a recipe for a disaster. Even I don't dare to create clones and let them live more than a day. I know my ego. I bet they would think of eventually taking the original spot. Like switching minds or whatever. It's not gonna happen. I will separate them into clear functions that will be their entire focus and personality. Vegapunk argues, you're giving them Unique's personality? So this is Kuma's memories. Hector right now is sitting in an isolated room in the lab. His fingers pressing against his eyelids. Damn, what a cool guy. He only witnessed firsthand Kuma's backstory. And the world government. His mood shifts to NE of cold anger. After some seconds he controls himself and sighs. He stands up and gives one last look at the paw bubble containing Kuma's memories, and to think would be a fatherhood backstory. What a time. I will work hard to be half as cool as you, he says before walking away. Even if their first impression was bad, afterwards the two of them ended up sharing a meal while talking amicably. Ancient Kingdom energy. If I can unravel its mysteries, the whole world will have energy, and one of the main causes of war will disappear. Vegapunk talks about his dreams excitedly, that naive. Hector comments while tasting some instant noodles that look like they are homemade. Don't talk with Grandpa Punk like that. Centumerer defends Vegapunk. He was beaten instantly by Hector when he arrived on the island. And after Cortana invaded the systems, the whole island was under Hector's control. I will call him on his bullshit anytime. Hector retorts, by the way, you're supposing that such convenient energy existed because of that huge robot? Hector asked yes. For such a thing to move and have that battle power, the way they stored energy inside it without leaking in any way. Simply marvelous. Vegapunk talks excitedly, this reminds me of that city of automatons on the moon. There's a huge device where they can go recharge there. He says casually. Or not. He is throwing the bait. City of automatons? Did you go there? What device to recharge? As expected, Vegapunk is suddenly on Hector pressing for answers, but Hector remains unaffected and continues to slurp on his noodles. Want me to tell you? Yes. I don't feel like it. Hector replies uninterestedly. Vegapunk practically dies inside. Everything you would do would benefit the government anyway. Hector says casually and then changes the subject. By the way, talking about such convenient energy remembers me of this thing. Hector takes an arc reactor from his inventory. What is this? What is this? Is it an energy nucleus? But the lab can only barely feel the loss of energy to the environment. This is man-made. How do you harness the energy? How do you jumpstart the generation dash? He tries to take the arc reactor from Hector's hands, but Hector dodges. A smile crept on Hector's face. Hook, line, and sinker. They talked a lot on this day. The contents of the conversation will remain a secret to everyone but the three. They also talked about devil fruits. Vegapunk told Hector his theory that devil fruits was generated by people's wishes, dreams, and imagination. That makes sense. Hector comments, my world people's imagination. This is not strange. Thoughts have power. Brainwaves. It's minimal, but they generated something. That whole thing about being positive and attracting positive things. Hector knows because he is working on not letting his thoughts, feelings, and other things leak. I know of some places where people harvest it. They harvest negative emotions/thoughts by torturing people and collecting the residual energy. Hector explains something very common. That's horrible. Yes, it is. I'm only confirming your theory. I also think that devil fruits are man-made. Didn't I say that I think they are spawned spontaneously by the wishes of people? Vegapunk turns to him, Vegapunk. Hector shakes his head in a patronizing way. Okay, maybe new fruits can spawn and old fruits can respawn alone. But who started it? Vegapunk eyes widen. Do you think there's some sort of machine creating devil fruits? A machine? An animal? A tree? Hector shrugs. A tree inside a whale where she releases the devil fruits in the ocean by her blowhole. He drops a bomb on the man. That's... How many species of animals are in the world? Hector suddenly asks an unrelated question. At least 8 million, by my estimative. Vegapunk instinctively answers immediately, so there's at least 8 million zoans. Only zoans. He gives the scientist a look. No, there's not. Devil fruits are still rare. So where they are? These 8 million zoans. Even more mythical and ancient ones. And the logias and the paramecias that can be an infinite number too. Maybe in a vault. Maybe in the only place that is very hard to reach. The bottom of the ocean. Maybe inside a whale. Island whales are a real species after all. Hector comments. Laboon is an island whale, maybe in the last island. Exclamation point. Maybe this devil fruit tree works as an antenna that captures people's wishes as you said and then generates the fruits. Giant trees are also a recurrent theme here. My surname is Oak too. How fitting. Whales are always represented in places related to the ancient kingdom. The tree that holds the road poneglyph is in the shape of a whale. Hector sighs. I think in the end I will go see it, Vegapunk. What? The One Piece. Hector left's egghead. He suddenly flew away after his conversation about devil fruits touched the known devil fruits and Vegapunk casually talked about Aramakis, the future Admiral Greenbull of the marine devil fruit. Did you just say? Would Logia? Hector turns his head slowly to Vegapunk like he is in a horror movie. Eek. And he took off. He always thought that Aramaki would have a Zoan, a Minotaur, or something. He didn't care too much because everyone was trapped here with him. But a fruit that can generate any plant that the user knows. It's the nature version of creation. The possibilities. And that's why Hector went all this way to attack a marine base where Aramaki travels. He was the successor of Kazuru in Vegapunk's bodyguard duty before he was elected as an admiral. So he always transited between some marine bases and Egghead, alternating with Sentumur. And to think that you're an Akainu groupie and a fanboy of the world nobles. Hector says in disgust while holding Aramaki's neck, so disappointing. Debris and destruction surround the two. He sighs. On another day he would have spared him. Maybe before he built something significant in this world. Maybe before he saw Kuma's memories. But Crack Hector's gazes were already in another place when Aramaki's lifeless body touched the ground. He didn't even spare it a single glance. His eyes pierced through the distance to practically glare somewhere. Mary Gios, let's go home. He turns away and disappears. Not only that, Hector finally found Fujitora. Beyond copying his Zushi no Mi, gravitational power, Hector shared some food and talked about some things with the man. Planting some seeds that, if he is lucky, maybe will make Fujitora's path end up in Wano as an ally. Returning to Wano, Hector used his new forest powers to restore the environment in an even more perfect way and even create fields and fields of food. In an isolated garden, Hector is concentrating hard. His hands are in a shell in front of his body, light escaping between the space of his fingers. With a last flex of his powers, the light flickers and then disappears. Hector slowly opens his hands and smiles. Congratulations, master. Cortana says happily, I'm finally using power manipulation at its full potential. He says in his hand, a muddy pearl rests. How should I call it? Power orb. That is a meta power materialized. A person would need only to break the surface of the pearl over his skin and he would acquire the power. Hector took inspiration from those skill orbs in games and Isekai's manga. The reason? He wants to leave a legacy to his kid. Nervridity is the mother of invention after all. He will tell this only to Hiyori and keep it safe inside on an adamantium chest with a password in a secret location under his castle on Kuri. But even if someone by a miracle acquires it, it will not be enough to rule the world. Only Haki is absolute, after all. This is only a shortcut. Can be a good contingency plan if someone declares war at Wano too. Hiyori can reward loyal subordinates. This is also a good way to cheat on his limitations to create copies. Before he needed to go through a whole process of giving away copies to brain-dead bodies, now he only needed to materialize in an orb. He goes to create more, nothing much broken. Only basic stuff. Power orbs. TSK. I'm such a genius. How other people could live. He shakes his head narcissistically. Siko slides a door open of a brothel in Onigashima. I thought Hector would be here. She comments not finding him. Where is he? She turns to the giant Black Maria sitting in huge cushions, playing a calming tune on her instrument. Lord Hector is napping. Black Maria says with a strange face and her eyes move south, to her cleavage. Siko deadpants, wake him up. I'm afraid he will kill me if I interrupt him. He is not a monster. Siko rolls her eyes at her, and apparently he likes you a little now. He wouldn't do it otherwise. Right. Black Maria says and puts her instrument on the ground. Lord Hector. Lord Hector. She puts her hands on her breasts and starts shaking them gently. A small kid's head pops off from between her cleavage, the rest of the body being squeezed by the enormous breasts. Calm me, Hector of the cleavage, and ask for my wisdom. He jokes in a serious, sagely mode. Oh, Hector of the cleavage, don't you need to create the sky islands above Wano today? And build that bride to Onigashima? Siko rolls her eyes. Oh yes. I really need to go. The kid Hector says. But makes no movements. He even tilts his head to rest his cheek on the creamy, pillowy softness of Black Maria's left boob. Siko is not angry. She can understand when Hector really has lecherous thoughts or is simply curious. Like that time he slept on Nekomamushi's belly. He is really simply enjoying a small dream like he promised. You're so bad, Lord Hector? Making your woman come here search for you in a brothel. Black Maria comments in a sassy voice, should I prepare myself for a heartbreak too? She smiles flirtatiously at him. Do you have a heart? Hector raises his head to look at her. Then he jumps off her breasts, recording in slow motion the jiggle physics that his sudden movement caused. You're too far from it, Black Maria. Hector drops to the ground and makes a hand motion to her. She obeys his commands and lowers herself down. Her chin touches the ground and he puts his small hand on her cheek. Do you know why I like you a little, Black Maria? She could guess. Her body maybe. You're smart enough to be on the winning team and smart enough to see that I always win and treat well my people, he says. Just don't betray me and maybe you can get there. He turned away and left. In this world, it's common for the people change crews for various reasons. Some crews are absorbed by others and all that. Black Maria and her little bands of courtesans are now under Hector's protection. She is useful because she is smart and has a very impressive network of spies across Kaido's territories and a little beyond. And she knows how strong Hector is. She is not crazy to betray him. To slowly turn this fear into respect and loyalty. Someone charismatic like Hector can do that easily. He did it with like 80% of the surviving beast pirates now. In her case, he only needs to act like he likes her and enjoy her presence. She will think that she is growing on him, close to gaining the benefits and status. She wouldn't want to fumble the bag, so will be useful and obedient. It's funny how a good way to make your subordinates like you is to like them first. If she is not as agreeable as I want till I go away, I will kill her. Hector thinks coldly while walking away with Siko. So, why are you a child? She asks him with a raised eyebrows. Obviously is better to be a child when pampered by a big one-isen. Duh. He states the obvious, Hex, with this power I can realize a men's romance. Time to some Shota plays. He clenches his small fist and smiles evilly. A smile that doesn't match a kid's face. He then turns to her, by the way. You're the One-san type. Do not ever think about it. Siko cuts him mercilessly, you're cute like this, but no. She pinches his chubby cheeks and smiles fondly but still refuses. Why? Because you're a child. She also states the obvious, how do you feel if I was a child and, you know. She challenges, it's like a bolt of lightning hits him. Slowly he touches her and makes her a child too. And he can confirm his suspicions. Yes, she is cute but... impossible. He can't do it. She is a stick. There's a difference between lowless and small women. He understands now. He literally falls to the ground defeated. His dreams crashing. His will disappearing. But why do the double standards only work against men? Why? He throws a tantrum on the ground. Siko, who is admiring her kid's appearance, looks at him. She is used to these antics now. The two look like childhood friends now, one the serious type and one the chaotic type. She only needs to wait for him to be a drama queen for some moments, then he will say something like, anyway, or, whatever, and bounce back and continue with his life. Why? Why? I want to make some 1EX show to play. He trashes on the ground like an unruly kid, a Gyre-one-san, a tan tomboy 1E-san, a Kaderi librarian with glasses 1E-san, a Ojusama 1E-san. I want it. I want to be Era Arid. That demon 1E-san of a Naru. I want it. I want to be spoiled. Look, break it. Uno Hana. I have the dreams of my fellows' webs to realize. It can't be. It's all fake. His energy left him and he lay there, defeated, till he bounces back. Whatever. The Omniverse must be full of maniacs. He sits up and slowly goes back to his normal age. Turning Siko back too. I will not lose hope. Everyone is different. By the way, Cassandra told me that you went searching for the last road poneglyph. Oh yep, already found the One Piece. Hector says lightly and then starts laughing at a joke only he knows. Haha. What is so funny? You wouldn't get it. He waves to dismiss her and snickers. I also went there and before the real One Piece, blocking the path. I put a big mirror with the words, the Real. One Piece is the friends we made along the way. And he starts laughing even harder. You're such an evil man. Even Siko laughs at this. Hector is taking a rare day off to himself. A strange thing to say something during a vacation. But things went in a different direction from how he previously planned and he ended up having to do a lot of work. His days off during these 90-day trips could be counted in a single hand. Today he is taking this day only to himself. Yes, it's good to spend time with his loved ones, but a man needs a day to literally do nothing and only stare at the space, maybe hearing music, watching something. An unproductive day. Hector is lying on the grass, a variety of animals nesting on him, birds, butterflies, squirrels, and others. All sleeping with him like he is the Snow White. He just lay there with his hands behind his hand, enjoying the wind and the good fragrances of nature. So it's like this. Hector slowly opens his eyes to look at the vast blue sky. It's like the world is brighter and more beautiful. And I'm not even a father yet. He comments to himself. By reflex, his eyes turn to the direction of the flower capital, to Hiyori. So this how it is. I can't even stop myself from reaching at her with my senses every minute. Mayan and observation Haki unconsciously concentrates on her. Checking everything. He sighs. He is surprised by, not really unexpected, changes in himself. She is so beautiful. He admires, is this some sort of conditioning of our being to protect pregnant women? People instinctually shift their posture when a pregnant woman arrives close. Like is ready to protect her in any case of danger. We would fail in evolution if it's not like that. He says and sighs again, that's what I thought before. It's only a chemical response in our brain, years of evolution coding our behavior. But is more than that. He gazes pierces the distance and he can see Hiyori sewing with Toko, smiling and playing with the little girl. She is literally glowing to me. It looks holy. His hand is raised, like he wants to caress her from a distance. So pure. Then he sees it. The blood on his hands, tainting her beautiful aura of motherhood. He slowly and almost sadly lowered his hand. I see. It's like that. I understand why people change so much. I understand how it becomes a weakness. His gaze goes back to the sky. To contemplate. Suddenly all animals around him receive a jump scare and flee. Not only them, but it's also possible to see birds and other beasts going away from Hector. His face is a cold mask, his bangs obscuring his eyes, while he slowly stands up. Master? Cortana calls him. But he ignores her and slowly turns in a certain direction. Or you hug your loved ones with your blood-tainted hands, or you watch them bleed. He murmurs almost the same things that he said after killing the Kingpin. It's like everyone went in a full circle and he is back to that torture room in the basement. Master? Hate is born to protect love. He slowly starts to walk in a certain direction before taking flight. He doesn't teleport. His gaze was still fixated on the horizon. He is moving very slowly. Master? Where are you going? Cortana asks a little more frantically. Don't worry, my love. I'm only going in a enthusiastic walk. He answers with his gaze still fixated on the holy land of Mary Geos. Here I go killing again. I really didn't plan to do it. I really don't. It's weird how such a pure thing like the birth of my child can make me do something like that. He continues to murmur to himself, but you all are not letting him go, right? Right? He speeds up, the skies darken, life is so complicated. I want to be a good person, I really want. And here I am. Not going to commit a war crime. I'm figuring out what type of man I am. He arrives on the red line. Hector is the man who does bad things for good reasons and does good things with a hint of second intentions. He kills people who can't hurt him because they can hurt others, and he saves people he likes even at the price of becoming a hypocrite. A man who altruistically does evil and selfishly does good. The next day, newspapers around the world shocked everyone. The world government has fallen. The holy land of Mary Geos was destroyed. In its place, an empty space like a giant beast took a bite of the red line. A strange phenomenon of the sea kings around the world going to the surface and moving wildly happened around the world. Some speculate that is related. Some think that the ancient weapons are used. A great number of Marines died, including Admiral Akainu and other vice admirals. The Marines hastily entered in contact with the kingdoms around the world. King Nefertari Cobra and King Riku stepped forward to preside over a reunion to decide the future of world relations. Many kings around the world suddenly die. Most of them had scandals under their names. In the end, the world government was a medium between the Marines and the people that they wanted to protect. Now they need to restore the order and organize a new system. No one knows about the one pulling the strings behind the curtains. They can only guess. Welcome home, husband. Hiyori greets Hector when he returns. She is doing a traditional greeting in Seiza in his chambers. Hiyori. He hurries to bring her to her feet. I told you that you don't need to do that. You're pregnant. The ground is cold. I do not care about it. He hugs her side and puts one hand protectively over her belly. Fufu, I'm pregnant, not sick. And I like doing this for you. Treating you well. She says with her bright smile, I see. My heart skipped a beat. I love you. He blurts out. Her eyes widen upon hearing that. He doesn't say that lightly. He always says, almost loving you, like you, I will love you, and other redundant words. The two hug and kiss lovingly. I see. I thought that was different, but like any other man. I fall in love if the girl treats me well. I will not laugh at the people that create scenarios on their heads with cashiers anymore. Hector thinks in the end, all share the same brain cell. The physical type can vary but will never be the deciding factor in a relationship. All goes back if he is treated well and she stays by his side, giving some peace of mind. Wait a minute. Hector suddenly pauses and widens his eyes. That time where I went to torture my uncle, with the Kingpin too, working till late, a little disappointed with humanity. Shago was close during all that. making her presence noticeable to me. She played me. That's how I fell for her. He realizes he can almost see her face turning to him and saying, "Took you long enough, sucker," and giving him a peace sigh. He can only laugh now. And he thinks he is complicated. In this aspect, he is dumb like any other man. Hector is humming to himself while sitting in his office. An enormous table with the map of Wano is in front of him while he moves things around. Everything is going well. He took all devil fruits he could. He even received a nice surprise in Mary Geos. Some nice souvenirs. Recently, that Tengu guy revealed himself to be his grandfather-in-law. The reunion is touching to everyone. Hector doesn't care much but gives him his respects. It took so long because he was ashamed of his failure. Samurai reasons. His grandfather-in-law approached him to talk about Pluton, which is below Wano. Hector said that he already knew and already scanned the ship. If he wants, he can make a fleet of Plutons. Hector is much more interested in submerged old Wano. He has plans to bring it back. It's a lot of land after all, but would destroy Wano's natural defenses. But he has magma powers. It's a project to when he comes back. Hector also solved the small issue of Tama being a Kurazumi, the same clan of Orochi. A little flare of hockey and quietened down everyone. Hector already placed the Guardians of Wano around the country. Lunji-in will stay too, as the elder brother and leader. He went all out in the mythical creatures from Japan and China. A cherry blossom, a golden crow, a phoenix, and many others. He also revealed his power manipulation to a select number of individuals, giving some useful powers to them. He still has the ownerless CP0 in his custody, working to see if he can rewrite the brainwash to him. If not, another bloody game of whack-a-mole will be played. He laughs seeing the Lucci from here. He also upgraded Yamato and even gave her a copy of the Gura Gura no Mi and an adamantium kanabo. Yamato is currently the strongest person alive in this world. It's debatable if she can take his creations though. Reiju surprisingly fitted well in Wano. She has some medical knowledge because she works with poison. Hector was training her in his spare time. He wants someone to guarantee that Hiyori's labor went smoothly. Other countermeasures are Law, the Phoenix, Vegapunk, a series of made robots, many things. This is mostly unnecessary because he checked the future and saw everything would go well. He hates seeing the future like that. But making exceptions is part of life. Like massacring a civilian territory. He is also preparing a fun game for the people of this world. Bam, Hector. Yamato suddenly invades his office in her usual way. Yes. Hector turns to her calmly. Oh, there you are. She almost bashfully closes the door and stalks around him till she is behind him. She then sits behind him and hugs his torso. What are you doing? She looks over his shoulder easily because of the height difference. Deciding about roads. Roads? She asks, confused while pulling him into her embrace, his head between her breasts. Yamato is a very affectionate person. And Hector presented to her the joys of cuddling and hugs. Yes, I was thinking if I should, and which roads I must enlarge and make it better. He says while holding her hand affectionately. There's really a need to think about it? Yes. Everything can become complicated when you think far enough. For example, what if I enlarge this road and one day it will be used by rebels? Hector explains, times of peace and times of war affect everything. In an ancient country, all the cities were walled and with their personal armies during warring states. The roads are kept somewhat hard. To defend against invaders was prohibited slums outside the walls. They don't cut some forests that are natural defenses and many other examples, but cut some that could be used to hide an invader army. He continues, in times of peace, accessibility is great. But during war can be a problem. Peace weakens us. Never let your guard down. Oh, I understand now. She nods at his words. That said, this world has people that can jump hundreds of meters. In the end, power is the best deterrent. Let's expand some roads. Better now than in the future when people build homes close to it and then when it needed to expand, would need to destroy people's homes. Hector talks about common structural problems in his world. Some cities progress too fast. The tight roads and basic sanitation were complicated to reform because the city was ill-planned. Yamato stares at Hector while he works around changing the map. She likes to watch him do that. She knows that is not her expertise to do these jobs, so she admires this man very much. This man. Her man. Yes, after the engine was started, their romance drove forward smoothly. Hector didn't try to change Yamato, only her perspectives. She is the same person and acts the same, but it feels different. She didn't completely grow out of being Odin, the return, but it's better. At least she presents herself as Yamato now. They also explored each other intimately many times, like high school lover discovering about what each other likes. Her feelings continue to grow. She watched him do things around Wano, help people, improve their lives, how people respect and look up to him, and much more. A strange feeling of pride growing on her chest. A weird thing to feel on her mind, because it's not her. It's not her accomplishments. And it's not admiration, it's pride. She feels pride and happiness in another person's work and being. Only later did she discover she was in love. Like Siko once said, high exposure to Hector can cause that, and after a talk with the girls and figuring out her thoughts and feelings, Yamato didn't hesitate. In her usual prideful and boastful way went to Hector and declared that she loved him. Like how previously she would declare she is Odin. I'm glad that I reached your heart. You also have a special place in mine. Hector answered and kissed her. And that's how things developed till now. Yamato keeps a pensive expression. A penny for your thoughts? Hector asks while enjoying her hand going through his hair, his hand reaching for a cup of tea. I was thinking, Hector, let's have a baby. Yamato shouts excitedly, blurg, I will stop drinking tea, seriously. What? Hector gets off his comfortable position to look at her. Hiyori is pregnant, right? It's super cool. I want to try too. She says like it's enough, that having a kid is a huge responsibility. I know, I'm not joking. But wouldn't we have it anyway in the future? Why not now? She puts a finger on her mouth while asking in confusion, well, you still have a lot to grow. Even to his ears, his excuse sounds weak. But wouldn't be a good thing to learn about being a woman? She shots back. Hector winces. Okay. Who told you to use my words against me? Siko. She confesses easily, I knew it. She told me that the best way to convince you of anything is using your own words, because you're never wrong. You guys really want to double my sins? Hector can only sigh. He goes in his overthinker mode. He thinks a lot and eventually closes his eyes and sighs again. Like how my grandpa would say, what is a fart to whom already shat himself? Gross. Hey yeah, and a half-sibling of the same age can be good too. He convinces himself. The two half-siblings can keep each other company. A bigger family. He would need to teach some things to Yamato though, but Garp raised Luffy. So maybe she can too. And she will have help from everyone around her. Will connect Wano and the Beast Pirates more. What irony of destiny. Kaido and Odin's grandchildren will be siblings. He suddenly stands up and takes Yamato in a princess carry, making her squeal. Okay, let's go do some plap plap get pregnant love session. He teases, making her blush. The final day of this trip is approaching. Hector is now ready to fulfill a promise. His duel with Mihawk. He, Siko, and Mihawk are on a desert island in the New World. Ready for our swordsmanship duel? Hector smiles. You look a little different. Mihawk comments while staring at him. Oh, you're not Hawkeyes for nothing. Indeed, I'm a little different today. Hector smiles. Let's say that I equalize the chances. Siko gives him a glance. Hector is probably on his weakest body. It's simply a peak human body. Physically weaker than Captain America. Now, let's me prepare my weapon. Hector makes a grab motion on the air and grabs the air. His fingers are in a circle and he looks like he is holding a sword and pointing it at a Mihawk. But he is holding nothing. Are you mocking me? Mihawk narrows his eyes. A lion wouldn't hunt a rabbit with all his have. Hector gives to him similar words Mihawk gave to Zoro. And can't you see? My sword. Question mark. Siko and Mihawk look at him more attentively. It looks like he is really holding something there. Almost an invisible sword of some sort. A lesson Seiko learned from cultivation and Murim worlds. A real swordsman doesn't need a sword. Because of himself, everything and nothing can be a sword. Hector says and makes a slash motion with his nothingness sword. A mountain nearby is slashed clean by him. Excalibur. He jokes in a deadpan voice. It's not because this body is weak that I can't bring great inner strength. Don't use your body as a medium of your inner strength, Hector. Enhance your body with your inner strength. Don't skip steps. Don't exteriorize, let it flow. He murmurs in his mind. Valuable lessons learned during the battle with Kaido. Very well. My hawk removes Yoru from his back. Let's start then. Seiko jumps on Hector's homie cloud and moves out of the way, watching the battle from the sky. Isn't him an impressive guy? Hector comments lightly while traveling back to Wano in his cloud. A satisfied smile on his face. Seiko looks at him. A bloody wound in his cheek. You said that, but aren't you even more impressive? She then looks down on the ocean. The island where the two fought was split in two. Not only that, the sea was split in two. There's a huge rift. An open wound on the sea that is not being filled by water. Meh. Was an easy battle from the beginning. My hockey was much better than his. How did you do that? She asks about the cut on the sea. My hockey is still lingering on it. It's like how awakened powers can affect the environment permanently. Like how I created sky islands above Wano. He explains. Try to be one with the world. If you can understand what I'm saying. She nods. More or less understanding what he said, it will become a scar on him. She comments, Isn't funny that now he has the same scar he made on Zoro? Hector laughs. He continues, and he improved on our fight. He is really talented. As expected. Hector comments while touching his wound, human potential is really impressive. Makes me proud, Vegapunk walks together with Hector in a hidden location. I appreciate that you decided to be my ally. Hector says with a good-naturedly smile, and what other choice do I have? You destroyed the government. Vegapunk's huffs, don't be like that. They're evil. You're evil too. A necessary evil. Hector retorts, now let's go. You're one of the few that knows about this location. Remember your role. Yeah. Give the map and clues only to someone who deserves it and has at least one road poneglyph. Don't forget you're part of the deal. Vegapunk says, relax. When I go back we will start to change the world for the better. Hector nods and the two shake hands. Hector opens a portal to go away and Vegapunk gives one last look at the place. A ridiculous huge hall. A throne room. The aesthetic screams evil overlord. But more than that is an arena. On the two sides, they're running water and torches on fire. It's the place to test the ones that want to go for the One Piece. Unknowingly, Hector ended up taking care of most of the obstacles to Laugh Tale. And that is not fun at all. Then he created obstacles. The world's most elaborated treasure hunting game. In Vegapunk words, he is now in one of the key locations where Hector put a road poneglyph. So to find the One Piece they still need to go through this place. The challenges, enemies, puzzles, and structure of the place are already bad enough, but that thing, Vegapunk looks to the end of the room. It's possible to see a dais where the throne lays, and many types of weapons stabbed on the ground around it. In the wall behind it is possible to see semi-transparent curtains and the outline of a huge cube behind it. The prize. The road poneglyph. The problem is the thing seated on the throne. Even Vegapunk shudders in fear and awe at that thing and what it represents. Standing at 5 meters tall, a figure sits on the throne leisurely with its eyes closed. Using royal-like black robes with the chest open. His legs are crossed and his cheek is supported by a hand. In his chest a tattoo. PX 666 in short, it's a pacifista. A seraphim model. But is much more than that. First, it's a clone of Hector himself. And second, it's the ultimate life form. Vegapunk thinks it's a culmination of all races in this world. Perfected. It has the brown skin, white and long hair, and dark wings of the Lunarians. The 4 horns adorning his head like a crown show the traces of the Oni tribe of Kaido and Yamato. The lines on his neck and ribs expose his gills, his fishman heritage. And only Hector knows how many special abilities it has. Maybe if the mouth is open will be revealed a row of sharp teeth that can regenerate easily. Maybe it has poison like an octopus. From the buccaneers, giant, and tontadas you can only guess that their strength and stamina are running through those powerful muscles. In his forehead, a vertical slit hides his third eye. Other heritages are not that obvious, but they are there. Overall, his appearance remembers Hector of a mix between Sephiroth and Ri monster. And obviously, it's not even his final form yet. He has a second phase. Maybe even a third one if the enemy is a redhead. Maybe even more. Vegapunk sighs looking at perfection given form. And to think that the original is even stronger. How many devil fruits powers did he give to that thing? I hope he was careful, that can destroy the world. He sighs before going away. Leaving Seraphim model, Demon King Sephiroth, alone in his throne room waiting for his challengers. Obviously Hector is careful. A ridiculous amount of countermeasures were put in place. And all that is to be summarized in 2 guidelines. Protect this room and protect his family. Only Hiyori and Yamato have authority over Seraphim Sephiroth in this world. And even they can't command him to do certain things. And it's not like he is invincible either. If not, would not be a game. Hector made it possible to beat him in some ways beyond being stronger than him. Like there's no limit to the number of people that can participate in the raid. You don't need to destroy him to win. There's a health bar on his mind. After he takes that much damage he will concede. He can't leave the room, so you can try as many times as you want if you're not killed by him. You can learn his patterns and grow strong fighting him. He is the perfect final boss. From a Souls game. Final day in the One Piece world. The day to say goodbye finally arrived. His close friends are present to see Hector's group off. The groups are not the same that arrived. They grew in strength, character, and even in number. There are 2 additions to the team. Beyond the summon of Rover, Hector also took the opportunity to summon another character. The customizable Flora Colossus. The idea came when he saw the giant tree in Elbaf. In this world there's a special tree called Treasure Tree Atom. The prized wood that is as resistant as a metal and of great quality. The customizable part of the card didn't allow Hector to go for esoteric types of trees. So he relented and summoned his Groot already. He also needs an example to make a guardian in Wano with Aramaki's forest powers. And he can always improve his Groot. The other addition is already a card. Baby 5. But this is a story to another time. I will miss you all. Hector gives a hug to Yamato and Hiyori. His 2 women are pregnant with his child. The expected reluctance assaults him. What if I force the development of the kids? I can be here. I only need to extend my stay a little. Stop thinking. Just go. I will be waiting for you. Hiyori puts a hand on his cheek. Just promise that you will come back to me. Hiyori says, absolutely. Don't worry, Hector. We gonna raise them good enough to make you proud. Yamato says with a hand on her lower belly. That's not what I'm worried about. He sighs. The time is getting scarce. He kneels to give a kiss on each of his women's bellies, trying to pass some positive energy to his future children. Children, my life is too crazy. He shakes his head before standing up. Remember, don't go around teaching them weird things of obedience to the shogunate, but is okay to teach about the values of this country and his roots. He points to the people on the back. Denjiro and the others, you guys are not allowed to lay a hand on my children, only the mothers. If they do something wrong, explain why it's wrong, and don't do it in public to humiliate them. Unless the things they did were really bad. Make them apologize. Not much physical punishment, but don't go soft on them too. If they are boys, you can be a little more harsh on them. If they are girls, don't even think about it. Keep them away from bad examples. Wait. All of you guys are bad examples. Don't let them leave my territory. I will come back before they grow too much. If they asked about me, say that I'm far away doing important work, or that I went to buy milk. Tell them that I will reward them if they behave when I was not around. If that little shit Momonosuke do something lewd with Yamato, I'm castrating him and continuing the bloodline by myself and he goes on and on and on and on and on. All right, husband. We understand. Hiyori stops them while giggling at his overprotectiveness. Yamato's head is fuming from the amount of information. Wait, if you have any problem, go order the Guardians or go to my lab. There, an AI can answer a lot of your questions. Don't tell Vegapunk though, and use the things on the vault whatever you want, no need to be cheap. Run away if you need it. He instructs. He hesitates, his voice tight, and if they ask about me, just say that I love them more than anything, even though we never met. They hug him for comfort, but Hector doesn't cry. He has no right to it now. He will own his choices. 5.4. Don't apologize on my behalf, I will do it personally. I understand. Go do what you need to do. I know it's important. Hiyori consoles him. 3.2. Yeah. Tomorrow I have school. He smiles, joking to lighten the mood. 1. End of the travel. Marvel Universe. Hector sighs while walking around his room. That feeling when you see your home after a long trip settling on him. He already returned his people to their respective homes. Huff. Where did this mental tiredness come from? He sighs on a chair, taking on these feelings. I remember that I was a little like that after coming back from Hero Academia too. He is feeling like shit. But he can't allow himself to be depressive now. He needs to live properly. I will go see Shago. He makes his choice of who sees first and stands up immediately. Teleporting away, he finds her. He missed her. She is in her residence doing some light training and shadowboxing in her home gym, wearing a green crop top and black biker shorts that do wonders for her green booty. His mood improved by only seeing her. He admires her for a little, her speakers blasting music loudly while she exercises. She appears to be humming under her breath too. Hector sneaks behind her and catches her calf while she is doing a spinning kick. Motherfucker! Do you want to kill me? She shouts in fright. Hello to you too, Shago. He smiles. Did you give up on your try? I forgot that is like instantaneous. She realizes. Beyond giving her his farewell, reuniting his group, giving his little speech, and bringing everyone back, not even half an hour passed to Shago. I missed you. He says with his small smile. Itching. Sounds like your problem. She replies with a cocky smirk. To me, you didn't even leave. Her words can't break his good mood and goes for a tight hug. He hugs her around her waist, raising her in the air. His face was on her taut stomach. He adjusts the position and she was raised in the air while he hugs her under her ass and she spins her around. Let me go. I'm sweaty. She protests. To you, it was an instant. To me was 3 months. So I need to replenish my Shago reserves. He ignores her protests and continues to hug her by the butt. Itchinif, didn't you drown your sorrows in some woman's bosom? She asks while looking down on him. Hector turns his head up to look at her, his chin on her navel. We need to talk about it. I decided to not sleep around and only allow myself to get close to girls that I see as sort of future. He says seriously, that's good. She says, there aren't a lot of girls in this world that can accept this type of relationship. And in other worlds, she doesn't care. Out of sight, out of mind. And this doesn't even steal her time with him. I've officialized things with Cortana and Seiko. Oh, good for you. Said that. I got married. Hector reveals. What? She suddenly shouts, her voice showing her shock. And had a child. This time she is so shocked that she is mute, her mouth can't even close, 2 of them. Hector practically winces, saying that, Hector? Ahoy. That's it. That's my One Piece arc. I hope you all like it. Heck, counting the words now, I can see that is bigger than many fanfics out there. It was a good journey of growth in many ways again, full of parallels with the MHA arc, but in a more mature way. In homage to Oda Sensei, the god of foreshadowing, I made my one. Many chapters ago, Shago once told Helena something like, if I'm not careful, some soft-eyed nurturing woman will make him fall from her. Well, Hiyori is her. Even her eye design is a little droopy to show her gentleness. There's no way #Evans Genius Semi-god of the foreshadow. I have many things to say, but I will not say them now because I'm tired. I will, maybe this week, post an extra chapter. Maybe about powers. Maybe a semi-canon story of Momonosuke or the Straw Hats arriving in Wano and seeing the changes made by Hector. And his toddlers. Which one you like more? Maybe the lemons with Hiyori and Yamato too? And some back of the stage scenes Tot are cut off because of the limit. Yes, I cut things. One Piece is huge. With the extra, I will post an important note. Till next time, stay good. Bye. Dawn of Superheroes disclaimer. I own nothing. This story has no interest in offending any party, having the sole objective of only entertaining the readers. Enjoy. You know, I guess one person can make a difference. Nuff said. Stan Lee, Spider-Man 3. Recap. As promised, let me make a compilation of everything did and acquired in the One Piece world. All devil fruits shown in the past and future, technology of the Mads. Clones, multi-body, character development in not seeing people as fictional characters. Accepting that he needs to trail the thin line between good and evil. Having fun and getting happy, now he can separate a power in smaller ones and even create a power orb, artificially be capable of creating physiologies with the enhancements of the serums. Dauntless with Sorcerer no Mi is OP. Much better in Magic Cortana and Siko in the harem. Hiyori and Yamato too. 2 kids, deadbeat father, now work hard to create a good legacy, that's it, I think. Now stay with this Christmas gift. Enjoy. Helena, come and give this guy an earful too. It's the first thing Shago says to me as I walk down the stairs to Hector's living room. Yesterday he went to his convenient 3-month in 1-second trip to another universe. In the living room, there are the expected initial members of this ever-growing group. How many are there now? Plus Cassandra and the pets. And is that a tree? That alien black dog is new too. What he did do this time that not even your chaotic brain can't forgidash? I start saying before being pulled in a hug by Hector himself, long time no see. He says while pressing me against his chest, missed you, Helena. He smiles affectionately at me after pulling me away and giving me a long look at my face, even putting some strands of hair behind my ear. That okay? Sorry that I can't say the same. He laughs a very carefree laugh to my quip before going to sit on his chair. By the way, this is Groot and that one is Rover. Hector points to the tree man and the dog. I am Groot. Yeah. Hector just told me that. I'm Helena. I say strangely, don't mind him, he can only say those words. I am Groot. He repeats, but this time with a nod, see? With time you can understand what he says. Hector adds, I am Groot. Okay, I think I'm catching a little. Don't go changing the subject. Shago still impatiently stamping her foot on the floor. Shago let it rest. It's done. Hector sighs, will not stop me from tearing you off to make me that you will never repeat it again. She argues, will not happen AG dashed. He starts saying but shuts his mouth for some reason. What's going on here? This guy had a child. Shago points at Hector, what? I turn to him, waiting for him to deny it, but he just looks to his front sheepishly, Hector? That was exactly my reaction. Shago points at me, I'm in shock. Like, who? How? What? He sighs again. I think that was the normal reaction. Then he chuckles, so I'm not the weird one. Don't laugh. Do you know what makes it worse? Shago shouts at him and turns to me, it's 2 children with 2 different women. That got out of hand quickly. This guy is a father already? I think he will be a good one. In 10 years. He is 16. But seriously, this is really out of character. Can you explain this to us? I say, diplomatically, I can give him the benefit of the doubt. Yeah, Hector. Defend yourself. Shago adds while crossing her arms in a bossy attitude. He sighs again, I already did. Shago is being a drama queen. Well, this I believe. Basically, I ended up liking to be in that world more than I expected, even interfered more than expected. So, I was really regretful in leaving it forever. HM? Can't you go back? I ask. I do not know exactly how his powers work. I can go to an exactly similar universe, but not the same. Infinite parallels universe. And it's like, even if it's the same, it's not the same people, you know, right? I can understand it. I agree with him. Continuing, the marriage and kid thing was presented to me by a local woman. She was not happy with the fact that I would disappear from her life forever. Man whore. Shago adds, making Hector's lips twitch. Anyway. Hector continues to explain his train of thought in cementing that world as a real port to him. Apparently he hesitated a lot on the child part, but eventually relented when he noticed that would be for the best of his wife. Weird saying that. She would have company in his years of absence. She agreed too. Well, it's bad. But I don't know how the wife thinks. Is this worse than her simply being single and waiting for him? Afraid of ending up loving another man? Anyone has their own weird way of thinking. Shago here is an example. So you can't go back now? I ask, left your children fatherless? I raise an eyebrow at him and damn. Hector is very good at hiding his emotions. His poker face is flawless, but he can't hide the wince. He must been feeling a lot of guilt. Right now? But I will work on a safe way to get there. I think I can go back between 1 and 2 years. He says, So the child would be 18 months as their oldest. Not that bad. I say to make him feel better, but you're scum. I add because he can't feel too good either, arg. I know, but is more from our perspective. People there are strange in this aspect. A backward world, 97% water. Only islands and no continents. It becomes normal for fathers to stay a lot of time away from their hometown and children. Ask Cassandra. Hector defends himself, that yes. Weirdos. She nods and confirms his words while rubbing the alien dog's fur. So it's culturally accepted, huh? I'm starting to get the full picture here. He was infected by their customs. It happens, I guess. A bunch of aliens took a lot of human customs while living with us in my former universe. Are you really accepting his bullshit? This is about you, Hector. So what now? Are you gonna spread your seed across the omniverse? Shago interrupts. His face is weird. I can't guarantee that I will. Don't do it. He says slowly, it's not my intention, okay? But I will live for a long time. I have time and I have options, thanks to my powers, so the things I could do make a long list. He argues, I decided to stop living so much in the future with my overthinker mind and take the chances that life gives me. My life sometimes looks so banal. Surrounded by people that I saw from other fictional universes. It's wrong of me to try to create something more real? To ground me to reality? He asks genuinely in exasperation. I have no idea. I have no fucking idea. Shago says my thoughts. That's the guy who can create money and clone women. What can he not have? Maybe he wants something out of his control. Weird, but I can't judge without being in his shoes. Are you bringing them here? I ask. I don't know. That's why I want time. To think how I will do this. He answers with a sigh, I will conveniently have time to figure out who I am. With a positive influence and motivation now. I think I'm getting the gist of it. Yeah, with the exception of him being an absent father for the first 2 years. It has no other downsides. Fine. Shago says, you did it, now there's no backsies. You can only own up now and do your best in the future. She says, suddenly giving good advice, agreed. Now, the important question. These women, are they redheads? Shago asks while staring at his soul seriously. This is what is important to you? No. Wrong this time. He answers immediately and in a relaxed way. She narrows her eyes. Are they Asian then? Now he pauses in shock. He puts a hand on his chin and looks flabbergasted. Damn. I coincidentally went to the one Asian island there. He looks impressed for some reason. I knew it. You fetishist bastard. Shago accuses, it was a coincidence. I didn't even think about that. He argues Shago can latch on to the most useless things. I can only shake my head at their antics. Well, better to argue about something this silly than something serious. Oops, looks what we have here. Duty calls. Hector suddenly looks away and in a fast movement he is standing on his Eidolon's suit, hero's time. He disappears, and he can use this excuse all the time. Shago huffs true, he probably is not lying. The world needs Eidolon 24/7. So this is his new pet? Good boy, Shago turns to Rover, who is on Cassandra's lap, and pats his head. Surprisingly she likes animals. She likes them more than humans. And he let the dog with the Chinese girl? Ironic. And this is Shago. If she is not offending anyone every 5 minutes something is wrong with her. Not surprising. What surprises me is Cassandra, in a rare expressive moment, giving her the middle finger. She normally only deadpans and doesn't care about almost anything. This trip apparently opened up her a bit. Oh. Shago puts her hand over her chest exaggeratedly, flipping me off. Sniff. She makes a show of removing a tear from her eye. I'm so proud of you. They grow so fast. I really can't let Shago influence Cassandra too much. Third person PC. What is your plan again? Eidolon tilts his head to the side in confusion. He is standing on a certain fallen villain, but sometimes Hector forgot the long list of C-rank villains with ridiculous powers created by sleep-deprived, cigarette-addicted writers just to fill issues in Marvel. You're a wall. No power shaming and all, but you're literally a brick wall. Eidolon asks a little weirded out. I'm not a wall. I'm the wall. The wall Spider-Man can't crawl. Joshua Waldemeier, the villain in question, shouts in a typical villain introduction in the 80s, the wall Spider-Man can't crawl. This is weirdly cool and lame at the same time. Eidolon deadpants, so you're from Spider's Rogue Gallery? The guy really has a big collection. Anyway, bad timing. The raft was just built. You're going to a special prison to Metas. No. It's all that webhead fault. The wall shouts in indignation, how so? Eidolon engages with him. While he was jumping around fighting some freakies, an explosion engulfed me together with a wall. The bricks fused with me. And now I'm this thing. He explains his backstory still in his 80s style. The thing is the other rock dude. Eidolon quips, but I understand from where you're coming from. But you can't blame Spider-Man for this. You're lucky that you're not dead. But seriously? Bricks fell on him and he became a wall? What drugs are the writers using? I need to ban it. Eidolon thinks now a dilemma forms in his mind. He can help this dude by taking away this brick wall physiology, but this would out his capabilities to the world. The police finally arrive while Eidolon is thinking, it was this or being a red paint on the concrete. The hero addresses the wall while he is being directed to the special car, and powers acquired in such unstable way probably will wear off, have faith. While saying this he was thinking of investigating the criminal backstory of the guy and maybe making a stealth visit to take away his power. Hector accompanied the raft's construction closely. He knows it like Batman knows Arkham. He doesn't plan to allow it to become a cesspool of evil where the villains can only remain villains. In Old Man Logan, the comic, the villains outnumber the heroes greatly and they ganged up on them, causing the fall of the hero society and society in general. The world becomes Mad Max. He thinks while watching the police taking the C-rank villain away, he looks at the sky and sighs, it's here. The dawn of meta-society. More and more people with powers will appear, aliens will not be hidden from the world, secret societies will grow bold and act openly, and conflicts will inevitably increase. The tutorial is over. In another part of the city, Spider-Man swings away after capturing another C-rank villain. Stiltman is a guy that has long robotic legs and, well, that's it. Huff where did those people come from? There's some sales of 50% off villain costumes and weird powers online. Spider-Man asks himself after landing on the parapet of a roof, bored? Or are you missing the Green Goblin? He hears a voice behind him, turning around fast to see Eidolon slowly land beside him. Eidolon. Oh well no. Say, like this sounds bad that I'm complaining. Spider-Man scratches the back of his head. Eidolon chuckles, it's okay, I can understand your feelings. Like, if they have such crappy costumes, weird powers, and nonsense motivations. It's better that they don't even go outside playing as a villain, right? Just giving us extra work. Yeah. Exactly that. You summarized it pretty well. The web-slinger nods. Let's be grateful that is not a world-ending crisis every day. I can live without a world-ending crisis. Spider-Man agrees easily. The two fall in a comfortable silence while the two heroes watch the city below them. But Eidolon remembers a certain topic that he wants to make Peter aware of. So, how is going with Gwen? He starts laying the groundwork. What? Yes, you know. Spider-Man was surprised at first before his brain caught up. Well, pretty normal, I guess. Did you two do it? The white-haired hero asks with his voice full of innuendo. Spider-Man splutters, hearing that. What? That's personal. He answers a little affronted. Eidolon raises his hand in surrender to placate the guy. Your reaction is enough of an answer. But I have a serious motive to breach this sensitive and intimate topic. Sorry. He finally decides to talk seriously. Did you use the pocket lab that I gave you to study samples of your own body? Eidolon asks. No. Eidolon sighs. He is a little disappointed but not surprised. He doesn't know if it's some vestige of a writer influence dumbing people down. Like, why didn't Tony Stark give himself the super soldier serum? Or if the people here don't have his sense of urgency in growing stronger because they don't know the dangers out there. But these guys really don't do everything to tap into their potential. Even Thanos dissected his own mother to better understand his deviant physiology, and consequently, he made enhancements to himself later. Spider, that's why I gave it to you in the first place. You need to know yourself better. What if your powers change something about you and you're allergic to something fairly common now? And it can be used against you. He instructs, doesn't spiders get drunk on caffeine? You need to understand how far those changes affect you. Not only you, but it can also affect the people around you. That I see. Spider-Man nods seriously. I haven't thought about that. Beyond some lack of control when I just got my powers, it only had good sides. Maybe there's some hidden downside too. Yes. By the way, radioactive spider, right? Eidolon gives him a side glance. Almost reaching where he really wants to arrive. Yes. So, are you sure that you aren't a little radioactive yourself? Like blood, saliva, sperm? Dude, no. He denies easily, but seeing Eidolon's flat look, he remembers that he truly doesn't know. I don't know. I hope not. Don't hope. Check it. You could give cancer to your partner. It happens. Eidolon says, shocking the web-slinger. That's what he wanted to talk about. In a certain universe, Spider-Man body is a little more radioactive than others, and he slowly kills Mary Jane with his radioactive sperm. Hector's universe appears to be a mix of various media. MCU, X-Men Evolution, movies from Fox, comics, Ultimate Universe. Who knows what is mixed on this strange plate that is this Marvel universe? For all he knows, Wanda and Pietro are playing Alabama and the Pym is playing Forty's household with his wife. Deadpool will go even crazier and try to kill everyone tomorrow, and many other crazy things. Some things are ridiculous, but it can be true here. Spider-Man is still shell-shocked by the implications. Okay. Calm down, nothing happened yet. Go make the test. If there's no problem, great. If there's one, we have time to solve it. Yes. I will do it. Now with this awkward talk of no cream pie, use a lead-laced rubber, out of the way, Eidolon decides to joke a little to make the guy relax. Now, this is a good opportunity for you. He smiles conspiratorially. Opportunity? Spider-Man asks, confused. Yes. Listen to me, you can go to your girlfriend and say that there's a serious problem and you need a helping hand. For your guy's future. For science. Eidolon hooks his arms around the red and blue hero's shoulders. If he used X-ray vision, he would see the blush on Peter's face. Spider-Man literally jumps off the roof in embarrassment and web slings away. Ha! Why is so fun to mess with the guy? There's despair in the air. A plane has been hijacked. A tense situation that is still fresh on the mind of the world after the 9/11 some years ago. But the situation is different this time. The one who hijacked the plane is not a terrorist or a villain, it's the plane's own co-pilot. Bam bam bangs echo through the plane like the tick of a clock, increasing the tension. Murmurs and cries join the sound of the pilot trying to break into the cockpit, creating a cacophony of terror. "Open it!" The pilot shouts while trying to catch a breath after hitting the door with a hammer. Unfortunately, as an irony of destiny, the door of the cockpit after the events of the 9/11 had been reinforced as a preemptive measure. "We can talk about this though." "Don't do this." The pilot shouts, begging the co-pilot. The intention of the criminal becomes clear after some time. He is not doing it for money or any benefit. The nose of the plane is slightly inclined downwards. He wants to crash the plane. A suicide. But he is not happy about going alone. "Come on. You don't want to do this." He continues to lead. "There are kids here, god damn it." But the co-pilot remains unresponsive inside the cockpit. Even the call from the command tower is ignored. "Oh God. Please. This is not happening." People sob in fear, children cry feeling the situation, some look powerless to the ceiling, some are sending messages to their families. "I don't want to die. Please. Anyone." Arg. The ray of hope comes from a passenger who was lifeless looking outside the window. Not a ray of hope per se, more like a black blur. It's Eidolon. The guy doesn't even think before shouting animatedly despite the situation. And just like that, despair and fear are pushed away by relief and hope. The dire situation is forgotten while people try to look outside to catch a glimpse of the hero. To confirm that he is really here. Maybe that's why he always announces himself. But even better than hearing the "I am here" phrase, it's hearing the cockpit door unlocking and Eidolon calmly walking out of it. With a nod and a "thank God" from the pilot, Eidolon lets the man walk past him to the cockpit while he turns to the now happy passengers. "Have no fear. WI?" Eidolon points to a kid standing on her mother's lap while looking at him in awe. "Because you're here." The kid answers brightly with a laugh. "You're goddamn right." Eidolon confirms, "Sorry, language." His relaxed and joking attitude infects everyone. People sag in relief, hugging each other, clapping and cheering, saying that love him, etc. Eidolon goes back to the cockpit, seeing the pilot communicating with the control tower. The co-pilot remains tied to his chair by some black bindings, unconscious. He probably has some mental illness and is depressed. Eidolon gives him a disgusted look before turning to the pilot. It's not excusable, but he understands the guy needs help. He probably hates himself as much as everyone else on this plane hates him. "So," Eidolon starts, "he damaged the controls. I can only stabilize a little. An emergency landing is necessary." The pilot reports. Eidolon nods. "The landing strip of the destination of this plane is free for the next minutes?" Eidolon asks the control tower. "But there's a plane scheduled to land in 14 minutes. The control tower answers through the comms. "Okay. I will personally put the plane in a free hangar. Prepare a bus to take the passengers," he declares. After a positive response, he goes back to the passengers. "People, I have bad news and good news," Eidolon says, and some people tense. "Okay, no bad news. I'm gonna take the plane to the airport, so. The good news is that you guys are early more than 1 hour." Eidolon jokes to nervous laughs. "Anything goes, man. Just want to touch the ground. I'm never flying a plane again. I think my legs gave out." Seeing that they can joke now, Eidolon chuckles before sinking to the ground. In the next second, the passengers can see darkness enveloping the windows. Would be ominous if they don't know that is Eidolon's work. But he is here and they know that they will arrive home safely, with a good story to tell and remember. Later at night, Eidolon is balancing on one foot on top of the Eiffel Tower. His covers the whole city of Paris and can go even further. That's a ridiculous range. The biggest radius of N in the HXH world is P2 with 2 kilometers. And Hector can go even further. Hector can cover whole cities with his aura, feeling everything like he is touching it with his skin. An excellent power for a hero, but disgusting. Ugh. He trembles. Feeling like you're touching everything can be unpleasant for obvious reasons. That's a lot of rats. And people having sex. The French are really horny, huh? He says to himself he stays where he is, without moving, but helping some people from a distance. Practicing with his powers and senses. You are really attracting attention. Suddenly he hears a voice at his side. Surprising even him that someone can sneak up so close without being noticed, Ancient One. He nods at the old man. Trying to fish something? The old man asks while standing on the air. He is referring to the fact Eidolon is like a beacon of vitality at the moment. Would not be as strange for some demon, sorcerer, or monster to appear to try to devour him or something else. Not really. Would make things easy if they're that stupid. He shakes his head. I'm getting used to feeling the surrounds without being overwhelmed. He says and instantly shuts down his aura. He used an a lot in Wano. That's how he caught the CP0 hidden there and kept tabs on everything. A very useful power to a guy protecting a small territory. Oh, good job in controlling your presence. I can barely feel you. Ancient One strokes his goatee impressed. He also gives Eidolon a look and a small smile for some reason, something that the black-clad hero didn't see. Barely, huh? Old Monster, Alan thinks, thanks. I was practicing on it. To not let things leak, you know? I'm pretty confident people will have a hard time reading my existence and future now. If he meets David Aline, Prodigy, and Danielle Moonstar, Tmaj, again, he bets that their powers won't be capable of scrutinizing his mind, conscious, like before. I see very good. I knew that you have the talent. The old sorcerer nods. You knew about my soul, right? Eidolon side glances him. That's why you said, as expected, when I showed talent to magic. He is talking about the fact his soul appears to be much stronger, refined, and resilient than others. Yes. The Ancient One shrugs, talking exactly like Hector. And without further elaboration he disappears. That I'm gonna slap that bald head one day. Maybe. The Ancient One reappears behind Eidolon and slaps the back of his head. Still using one-word answers exactly like him. Eidolon runs a hand through the back of his head, but when he turns around the Ancient One already disappeared again. Fucking old people have no filters. He grumbles while gritting his teeth. He swears to himself to study magic harder to get back on the guy. In his space station, Hector casually makes his periodic checkups on his projects and world affairs. He is in his standard civilian form but using his Eidolon suit because it is comfortable. So the Russians are secretly assigning their team, huh? I remember some of them. He comments while checking the lineup of Russian equivalents of Avengers. Like always, he hacks his brain into remembering their powers, backstories, and storylines that they will be involved in. I think that bear guy is a mutant. He says while tapping on his holokeyboard he also keeps tabs on the internet, checking popular opinions on his, and on his fellow heroes, actions, rumors, silly discursions about power scaling, and even some people asking for help in many ways. Nigerian prince wants to give me money? If was a Wakandan prince, I would have believed in it. He says sarcastically, Senate talks a lot about me and the metas but decides nothing. Typical. Finally, a voice interrupts him, so you just stay here sitting on your ass while navigating on the internet. I thought the hero work would be more glamorous. A head pops off his torso. A young girl head, with dark skin and long black hair. I'm working Nemesis. Hector answers with a sigh, then he tries to press her inside again. Nemesis is a recently summoned character by Hector. She has dark matter physiology and is planned to be the AI of Hector's future Hellbat armor symbiotic armor. Or Hell Nemesis armor, like is called now. He summoned her now to raise up the relationship loyalty to 10 before he can really need the armor. She pops off his body again. Come on, don't you have anything more fun in mind to do now? She says flirtatiously while removing herself completely from him. In her adult form, which is suspiciously similar to Shago's body, Hector notices. She straddles him while hugging his neck and blowing on his ear. Hector remains unfazed by her hoe tactics. If you didn't showed me your lowly body first. He says flatly while staring at the screen ahead without giving her an ounce of attention. Mao, I don't have a definitive form. I can be whatever you want, she continues. To illustrate that she makes her breasts bigger. Her short black dress climbs up because it can't fit her body anymore. Her chocolate thick but presses on his crotch and his face is between the two mountains of softness on her chest. He remains unfazed. Go back inside, Nemesis. This reminds him a little of his early days with Shago. But Nemesis is even worse than Shago. She is a manipulative, sadistic, and mischievous girl. He will never give her the satisfaction of a reaction. If things happen, and probably eventually will happen, will be on his terms. She pouts adorably seeing him being so cold to her. Don't bother our master, Nemesis. Cortana speaks a little harshly to the new girl. Is she a little jealous? Hector muses on his mind. Is she jealous that she shares my body with her now? Women are so complicated. I was just playing a little Cortana-senpai, making him relax, you know? Someone needs to be the fun one. Nemesis gives the wrist device on Hector's arm a smug smile. Cortana. Ring equal under string equal. You just arrived and already want to sit by the window? Hector asks in a non-nonsense tone. Go back inside. Now. He says a little more coldly. Nemesis. Asterisk huff asterisk fine. Cortana, dashing, maybe I will need to apply what I learned on those bratty corrections dujins on her. Hector thinks half joking and half serious before going back to work. Hector continues his work in peace, only with the occasional comments of his two freeloaders. He is almost calling the night to go study magic after checking for one last time his projects. Master, check this. Cortana attracts his attention to some viral videos. He looks. Diary 30. Idolin is coming to school? He reads it with a frown, a tickle on the back of his mind trying to bring a memory to the surface. He reads the second video, Diary 31. Humiliation? Oh hell nah. He stands up instantly. Master? No, 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 no. He paces around before going back to research the boys' school. It's another one of the canon events. Like with Harambe. What are you doing? Cortana asks confused, avoiding the dark timeline. He answers with determination. The next day it's possible to see a car stopped in front of a school. A boy hesitantly gets off it, keeping his head down all the way while he walks his path. He can hear some snickers around him. At the moment, with his mood, any laugh that he hears he will think is directed at him. He speeds his steps, just wanting to get over the day. Till the sounds around him change. Gone are the buzz of the crowd and some gasps are the only thing cutting the silence. The boy finds it weird and finally takes his eyes off his shoes to look around, only to see people looking above, consequently making him follow their line of sight only to his vision be filled with a black figure that drops off slowly very close to him. Sorry for the delay. But Idolin really came to school. The hero says while putting an arm over the student's shoulders, and naturally starts walking with him to the school. Mary Jane POV. Okay, is Hector avoiding me? I didn't want to think about it, but we really didn't talk about the night of Harry's party. We are back on being only friends? That's it? Everything that happened that night amounted to nothing? I turned to see him in class. Look at him staring out of the window like he doesn't give a fuck. Just because he is hot as fuck he thinks he can do anything, right? He looked back. What the heck? Why did I avoid eye contact? I will turn again and stare at his soul. And I do just that. Me and I stay in a stare contest for an unknown amount of time. Did that guy doesn't need to blink? Look at him smirking. Bastard. With his super white teeth and sharp jaw. Seriously? Am I the only one seeing that he is super hot? It's like there's a spell in everyone to not notice it. Only Liz noticed it too after getting close. And that slut started annoying him. Apparently, our stare contest was destined to end in my defeat because I was the one looking to the back, and the teacher smacked my head with his papers. Seeing him chuckle made me notice that he predicted that. I'm saying, that guy has a bad personality. See? Bad personality. I approach him talking with Peter, Ned, and Gwen by the lockers. And by the way, he is smirking, he is making fun of Peter in some way. I arrive at his side and greet them. Hey guys. What is so funny? I ask with a smile, touching Hector's side with my shoulder. Now that I know him better, I can see him tensing a little. Seriously, what's going on? Nothing. Just Peter having zero confidence in himself and fanboying over Richards and Stark. Hector answers casually, I can imagine that. We continue to talk for a little while, the other three talking about internships. Gwen and her shaky time on Oscorp, with all that Green Goblin thing. Apparently, the group that she is part of remains unaffected for now. But nothing is certain. Ned and his recent internship and Peter trying for Stark and Baxter. Hence the initial conversation. Peter, Ned, and Gwen say goodbye to us and we are finally alone. Wanna ride home? He asks casually, yes, thank you. Finally. Not running away anymore, huh? This time he came on his car. Normally he uses his bike so I can stare at his profile while he drives in silence. Is his skin even better now? Seriously, I will ask about his skincare routine. And if he says water and soap, again I will rage. He eventually stops on an empty street, a little far away from my home, and turns to me. Oh, we need to talk. He says, really? I say sarcastically. He gives me a deadpan stare as answer, okay, calm down. He is not your boyfriend yet. Hector looks at me and I look at him. Well, I nudge, that I sincerely don't know how to start. He admits with a sigh, I mean, what are we even? Good question. He turns again to look at the front, looking away from me. Let's start with the end then. I think it's for the better that we not see each other. He finally says, that hurt more than I expected. Not my voice cracking, he gives me a gentle and apologetic look. He noticed. As much as cliché will sound. But it's not you, it's me. He says with a half-wry smile. Despite myself, I chuckle a little. So what is your problem, Hector? I say sarcastically, taking the opportunity to discreetly wipe off the tears accumulating in my eyes. I think he noticed again by his frown. I like you, Mary Jane Watson. I really do. Seriously. I'm surprised myself that I like you. This would make me squeal with joy some minutes ago. But that I think we're in different places and we will never align down the line. He says seriously, oh, that's a powerful statement. Yeah. And you don't know how much it saddens me. He reaches for my face, his thumb caressing my cheek. Art now, that night, was such a beautiful, but unfortunately temporary coincidence. Like an astronomical event. I enjoyed every second of it. Fuck this guy. He is smooth. My heart just skipped a beat. I just want to kiss him and forget about this talk. But was bound to end. After the summer vacation, I will start college. I will take a more active role in managing my family business. My time will be so limited. I can't give you what you expect and deserve. Hence why we are in different places. And down the line, he sighs, you will seek your actress career, maybe travel to LA. We are on different paths. And the bifurcation came too early. Okay, I get what he is saying. We really don't have a lot in common. And he is already going to be an adult, full of responsibilities and all that, while I'm this dumb high school girl. Don't cry. I hear him say softly, I'm not. I sniff to swallow the tears. Can't we at least try? I ask weakly, taking his hand into mine. Damn, I sound so desperate. So weak. That's not what I expected of myself. But I don't want to lose him. He is such a great guy. We hit off so well. He is the first that made me feel these things. He pauses. There's something in his eyes. Some conflict maybe. I think I can guess is it by the way he tightens his jaw. I'm also not being completely honest with you. He says after some time, what do you mean? It's hard for him to say. My brain surprises me by guessing fast and my mouth finishes his phrase. Another. I say in realization and take my hand off his almost like his burning. At yes. He admits with a serious nod. I see. I laugh for some reason and turn away from him, before your mind goes to dark places. I did not hide it from you. Like you, it was not official during Harry's party. He turns me away gently and I don't resist, and is not something that you bring up in that situation. I can be reasonable and understand. It's not like we are a thing. He has no obligation to tell me anything. It was not. So it's official now? I ask, catching the deep meaning of his words. Let's say I have been given an ultimatum. He nods slowly. So the other, I spat, made you choose and you choose her. Oh God, I'm going to cry hard. Hold up, no. He denies fast. In truth, it's much weirder than you think. He looks away with a strange face. He turns to me again. She kind of accepted that I double-timed. I had never seen him so unsure in saying something. What? She knows about you too and she doesn't care. I mean, you two will never meet probably. She is older. He tries to explain. Is he being groomed? Sincerely, I can't imagine it. So she accepted that you had side chicks? I ask in disbelief. There's no side chicks. Everyone would be treated the same. He says, more sure of himself now. So you would have 2 girlfriends? Or not dating exclusively? That's ridiculous. Finally. That's the normal reaction. He, for some reason, sighs in relief and sits straight in his seat after hearing my words. So technically she accepted sharing. I could have kept you in the dark, but it would not sit well with me. Thank you? I guess. I say, unimpressed. I mean, it's the bare minimum. But on the other hand, I know he is better than most at coming clean. And again, he owes me nothing. I'm trying to stop being an entitled bitch. But seriously, is he being groomed? I think this older woman, or whatever, accepted it because she knew other women would hardly accept it. So she would be the one left. Acting like she is not being forceful, but in truth is snaring him. What a manipulative bitch. Also, is Hector worth all of it? I look at him again. Hey, he is a catch. I can see how some wouldn't mind being side chicks. But it's not for me. Think. Unless you want the same deal too? Hector turns to me and asks with a raised eyebrow, what? Is he? Sorry, but I have to ask. I will regret not asking. But would you like to continue this relationship knowing that I'm not dating exclusively? He is really doing it. He is fucking serious while asking it. Are you serious? I need to make sure. He sighs. As I said, I need to ask, even if I can guess the answer. He looks away for an instant before turning to me again and taking my hand between his. Do you want to continue to see where this goes? Not thinking much about how it ends. Enjoying the ride. Enjoying each other. And I fucking hate that I'm considering it. This guy is so. I take my hand trapped between his 2 bigger ones, and what would it entail, Hector? We're gonna be sex friends? Each other booty calls? We are gonna date while also being allowed to see other people? An open relationship. He winces a little at my words, giving me a little satisfaction. About that. It would be more like, I'm the one that can see other people while you can't. He says slowly, his facial expression like he waiting for an explosion. Are you serious? Now I'm in disbelief. Yeah. But hear me out, it's not as bad as it looks. Really? Because to me it looks really bad. Fucking bad. Like you want a harem or something. I finally explode. So what? I would be your obedient little girlfriend while you have other girlfriends too? I cross my arms and frown at him hard. I can understand your anger. But it's not like I'm forcing you into anything, or that was cheating on you for months, or asking you to marry me while I have other wives. So calm down. You can be angry by my suggestion, but you're blowing things off proportion a little. He says seriously. He has a point. I can't help but deflate a little. The thing is, this will sound a little narcissistic, but I believe that I could do better as boyfriend than any other, with the exception of not having much time. He says. I keep my arms crossed and wait for him to present his case. I like you and I know you like me. We're gonna continue to see each other, going out and all that. As an experiment. I'm not trapping you. If you want to leave it at any time, you can do it. If you want to go for another, better guy, you can do it. Just inform me before you do anything. Why? Because would be cheating. Look at you. So it would be cheating if I do that, but not if you do that. I point at him. Is this guy not listening to himself? Yes. He nods. That's why I'm presenting this previous agreement. If you don't want to, don't do it. Why are you so angry? I'm presenting a solution where all parts can be happy. He says in genuine exasperation that you can be happy. You're asking for permission to cheat. No. There's no main girl or side girl. There's no affair if all relationships are serious to me. Believe in me that I would treat you exactly as I would treat a girlfriend, except you would be fucking other people and I can't do the same. I say sarcastically. This makes him give a tired sigh. So you want to fuck multiple dudes? That's it? He somewhat snaps at me that no. It's not about sex to me, Mary Jane. If it was, I would press it on the party. He looks offended now. That's true, I guess. I know that it sounds like it. Most people would assume that a guy wants multiple girls to be his booty calls or whatever. But I'm not like that. Sex is easy for me to acquire. I want the connection. Our connection was such a beautiful accident. I simply don't want to give up on it. He sits tired on his seat and rants a little. I like you all and I can't choose. He sighs, and the other didn't make me choose. So I thought, forget about it. You're absolutely right. He looks a little defeated, looking away. He continues, I thought we could have a high school romance. An isolated high school romance. Where my adult life wouldn't interfere. Just us. Being teenagers. Nothing a lot about consequences, learning from each other, making some memories. Good and bad. And taking the experience to the rest of our lives. He turns to me and gives me a wry, but relaxed smile. I thought I at least could have been honest and upfront on that. But it's strange to be honest while doing something wrong. Not that I think this is wrong. But let's say, for convenience sake, that what is not socially accepted is wrong. He shrugs. That's it? Are we over? He starts the engine of the car and starts driving me to my home. It would be completely unfair to you. I simply thought that I could have made up for it by being a very good boyfriend. Sorry. He says without even looking at me. Sorry that I'm a hypocrite. But I can't accept you with other men to level the playfield. The moment you kissed or did anything with other men, our relationship would be over forever. He continues while driving and looking at the road, because if I did a good job you wouldn't feel the need, right? Or you would be a cheating woman. He chuckles mirthlessly. I would be more offended if I'm not shocked. The two options are good enough reasons to end the relationship. Yes, hypocrite. But that's how I think. Those are my terms. It's non-negotiable. No girl of mine can have side men. I will not force you on it. I will not watch over you to make sure you're not cheating. But I would know. I would know and then is over. I will simply walk away from your life. No drama. No fight. Nothing. He concludes and remains silent for the rest of the ride. I feel like I lost. For some reason. I didn't even give him an answer. But I fought so hard against it. What did I expect? And here we are. He says while stopping in front of my house I didn't get out, but Hector doesn't force me either. He simply continues to stare at me with a gentle smile. You're not wrong, MJ1. He goes back to that nickname, like I said. The problem is all on me. He sighs and takes my hand again. I watch him bring it to his lips and kiss my knuckles. I'm gonna cry. This is really happening. It's over. Dead in the crib. I wanted more with him. You surprised me with how of a good woman you are. He caresses the place he kissed with his thumb. Don't change. Again, you're not wrong. He looks at me again with a sad smile. I really want to simply kiss him and forget this conversation ever existed. Just keep me in the dark like any other asshole, you asshole. One day you will find someone that will see exactly what I see. And he will be capable of giving you his 100%. He smiles sadly again. It's simply a pity. Don't act nice to me, jerk. It's making it hard for me to hate you. Like a robot, I leave his car and walk to my home. That's it, Mary Jane. Your taste in men is as horrible as your mother's. You need to fall for the guy that can't keep on his pants, huh? And you swore to never cry because of men too. Idiot. Third-person POV super senses are not as great to have as would people think. Half of the time you become aware of things that would be better to remain unknown. Like the crying of the girl you like because of you. Hector sighs for like 100 times already. Tightening his grip on the wheel, In a rare show of control loss, he really breaks and rips off it from the panel while hearing Mary Jane's muffled sobs in her room. He sighs again. He can't even unhear it. His senses unconsciously focus on her, always keeping him painfully aware of her state. With Crazy Diamond as power, he repairs the broken wheel and continues to drive in silence. His jaw is tight while he unblinkingly stares at the road. This ending surprised no one, Hector. Why you like that? He admonishes himself, you could have manipulated her a little. Nemesis talks to me, made her fall harder for you, to the point where she would accept that you have a harem. You made the right call, master. Corona says her piece, I know you. It's for the best that you have a clear conscience. You would not be happy or satisfied otherwise. Thank you. I need to live for my self-proclaimed title of honest scum. He jokes mirthlessly, you are so complicated. Nemesis rolls her eyes, just do what you want. It's called basic decency. I answer equally sarcastically to her, my grandma always said that your rights end where the other rights start. My desires and wants can't trample over other people. Humans trample over others all the time. You're superior to them. That's your right. What matters that you play with their feelings a little? She argues back, matters to me. Hector POV. What is the best way to solve problems of the heart? To a man. Is to drown yourself in some work. That's why I'm now in my main hospital releasing my frustration on my old rival. Paperwork. $1.200 for an ambulance ride? This health system is a fucking joke. I throw the notes on my table. But did they catch living dinosaurs to extract the oil and make gas? Is the driver a fucking CIA agent? Fucking mafia. That's what this is. And my uncle was all for it. And I can't take it off my head. Cancer is the century scam. I'm not sure about my other world, but I think people keep cancer as it this so hard and expensive to deal disease on purpose. Are you saying no one can remove cells and replenish them easily here? In the world where the creator of the super soldier serum used convenient Vita rays to juice a guy? Myas. Look at those bills. The guy is treated for cancer and has a fucking lifetime debt. Let me extend the payment date without fees. I type on my computer. I'm slowly introducing new policies to help the people. Not very popular with the board. But fuck it. All for the better that they're jumping off and I'm buying all the shares of my hospitals back. When I have 100%, I will finally introduce revolutionary and cheap methods of treatment. Yes, they will probably try to kill me. The pharmaceutical companies and all that. Maybe I should talk with Emma Frost as Hector. Anyway, I'm fucking Eidolon. They can't kill me. And this will be years from now. I have to prepare. And this is another frustrating thing. I have so much to give to the world. Healing chambers, protestic cybernetics, that robotic surgery machine. Doctors will be capable of operating in micro proportions with them. The VR goggles that can be used to transmit images direct to the brain, allowing blind people to see and so much more. And here I am. Can't introduce fucking anything. If I do that, well, the military is only the first that will knock on my door. I need some political power too. I need to use the college to go out as a genius in this medical field too. Okay, Hector. Calm down. I think I'm projecting my bad mood on this. I sigh again. Okay, in 2 or 3 years you will be capable of making a change in the whole world, Hector. For now, let's lower some bills. Third-person POV. New York in the middle of the day, 2 women are making smacking sounds against each other. She-Hulk and Titania fight through the streets. All sorts of moves are displayed while one tries to get the upper hand over the other. Small shockwaves echo with each crash. Bitch, can you get off my hair? She-Hulk shouts while throwing Titania over her shoulder. No, till I paint the street green with your face. Titania answers while trying to bring She-Hulk in a submission. Around them, after the people clear the area to a somewhat safe space, they stop to watch the fight. Typical modern behavior is where they film and watch it in a circle. At least they are taking cover, somewhat. During the fight, people notice Eidolon himself slowly floating down to the top of a car. Watching the dispute with his arms crossed under his mantle. His sheer presence is enough to silence everyone. She-Hulk and Titania pause mid-fight. The two looked at him from the ground. Please don't mind me. Continue. Idolin gestures calmly, unless you want my help, Ms. Walters. Jennifer grins a thim and boom punches Titania away, taking advantage of her distraction. I got this, she says to him and jumps on the other big woman to resume the fight. Be mindful of the people. It's Idolin's last words to them before he continues to watch the fight in silence. The moose is a little strange. The seriousness of the situation is forgotten because of him. Like the serious fight becomes a spar. So, are you not gonna stop them? A civilian woman asks Idolin in an unsure voice. You never separate a women's fight. It's on the men, bro, code. Idolin answers as a matter of fact. It's true though. A guy says, I never heard of the code before, but I know about what he is talking about. Another confirms, it's written in our subconscious. Another nods. Idolin chuckles a little, jokes aside. She-Hulk got it. No need for me to interfere. This is also a good learning experience. The world can't depend solely on me. He explains more seriously, I appeared so that you guys can feel safe, and don't worry, I will fix anything they destroy. Even if he doesn't completely trust the heroes, he still can't deny that they will be his allies if a huge crisis appears. He can't coddle them too much. And yes, She-Hulk really got this. She is in a league apart of Titania. The only limitation is her inexperience and her own mental blocks that don't allow her to access her full strength. Maybe she is afraid of hurting the people around her, or even Titania. Maybe she is not even aware of that hidden strength. Who knows? But now, with Idolin's presence, she relaxed a little and is letting go, completely dominating the fight against her opponent. The black-clad hero's presence is also a constant weight on Titania, putting an invisible pressure on her mind. Suddenly Titania snaps, fuck it. I'm gonna take you down with me. She shouts and savagely punches She-Hulk in the face, making the green Amazoness stumble back. Oh, I felt that. She-Hulk holds her cheek, a savage grin on her face, and parts to the counterattack. People are usually afraid of getting hit, getting hurt. It's one of the first lessons in martial arts. To know how to get hit and to push forward despite that. To not allow your battle prowess to diminish because of the pain. Let the adrenaline take over. Jennifer Walter, the former mild-mannered lawyer, is finally experimenting it firsthand. She punches Titania in the guts so hard that the muscular redhead is lifted from the ground a meter and doubles over, almost falling on her knees to the ground. She-Hulk, from inexperience, doesn't take the opportunity, and Titania shoots from her position to crash with the green woman's stomach, holding her waist and carrying her to crash into any obstacle. And that's where she messed up. Her move of carrying She-Hulk to beat her in any place would take the two to a small shop with people inside. Before they can even leave the street to cross the sidewalk, they are suddenly stopped by an irresistible force. She-Hulk is suddenly out of Titania's grasp, and Idolin is between the two while facing the villain. It seems this fight ends here. Good job, She-Hulk, he says flatly. His tone leaves nothing to the discussion. Titania almost hyperventilates while being stared at by him. She discovered now that seeing him in videos and seeing him personally are two entirely different things. In her proud brain, she still thought that she was on the same level as him. But now, even if she is taller than him, as tall as Thor, Idolin notices, she feels like he is much larger than her. You can turn yourself in now, Idolin states while giving her an uninterested look. Titania's fist clenches, her body tense, while he stares at him. To her credit, she eventually got over his pressure and stepped up to attack. I will at least take a piece of you with me. She barks while going for a punch. Idolin looks at her slow movement with contempt. So easy. And that's also where people can clearly see the difference between Idolin and other heroes like She-Hulk. To the bystanders, She-Hulk and Titania's fight was impressive. Fast and strong blows that could dislocate the air. It's not for nothing that so many stay behind to watch the deadly, but mesmerizing show. But now they see that compared to Idolin, it's like a drunken bar fight compared to a master. Idolin doesn't even put a stance. Titania steps forward to give him a right hook with all her body weight. Eidolon casually lifts his foot and puts it beneath Titania's foot that is stepping forward. In a smooth motion on her heel, he makes her step too much, forcing her heel to slide on the concrete, forcing her to open in a split and miss the punch by a great margin. In the next instant, he punches her throat with the knuckles on his fingers, and then, with the same knuckles, he slaps her chin, making her see stars by shaking her brain. It's over just with that. 3 moves. His hands barely left his mantle and he struck with incredible precision. Anyone can see how easily it was and how contemptuously he did that. Like an adult playing with a kid. It could even be considered beautiful, the flawless execution. Some people even clapped. Dude, you're making me look bad. She-Hulk jokes behind him, you did most of the work. He says humbly. She only rolls her eyes at him. By the way, why are you holding her like that? She-Hulk asks after striking her chin. Eidolon grasped her jaw/neck and is holding her face up to allow the passage of air. I healed her too, he says while holding the unconscious woman firmly. I see. You're the pro here. She-Hulk concedes, and that throat punch was really necessary? My own throat hurt only by seeing it. She massages her own neck to illustrate that Eidolon rolls her eyes. I took her down fast and efficiently. If I beat her more, people would say that I enjoy beating up women. If I do it efficiently, I'm too harsh. There's no winning with you guys. So you finally figured it out. She laughs and slaps his back amicably. He notices that this time, she is not sending him sliding on the ground. So she has a better control over her strength. The two talk a little about how the situation reached this point. Apparently, Titania doesn't like that She-Hulk is stronger than her. Something about her feats of being a strong woman being obfuscated by the appearance of the female Hulk. Very childish. Our strength attracts challenge. But is not your fault. Eidolon says to her, yeah, I know. She is crazy. Jennifer agrees with a sigh, still feeling a little guilty over her problems affecting other people. At some point, someone interrupts their talking by shouting from the crowd, choke me too, Dadich. Eidolon pauses and almost throws Titania on the ground. Jennifer stared at him, her lips trembling before she lost the fight with her laugh. Ha! So you are also catcalled. Yeah. It comes from the profession. Using tight clothes does that. But I even use a mantle over it. He says, making her laugh even harder. Pro tip, don't search your name online. This makes her stop laughing. Too late. She deadpans Eidolon, visibly jokingly winces. The fan arts. The fan arts too. She confirms. With my cousin? People. She says in disbelief. Eidolon chuckles while shaking his head. Anything that can relate is an excuse for a ship. You haven't heard about me and Thor after our fight. He raises an eyebrow. She boisterous laugh at that. You laugh now. Don't forget that you just fought an equally fit and muscular woman. Eidolon says flatly. This makes her shut up quickly again. Wanna bet with of the two of you will be given a dick by the artists? He twists the knife deeper. No one thought that would be possible for a green-skinned person to pale before now. I'm a lawyer. I will sue the assholes. She clenches her fist, half joking and half serious. The two continue to engage in the talk while waiting for the police to take Titania. Eidolon asks how she is acclimating herself to the changes, offering another lesson and spar, Jennifer flirting with him and asking out. I could pay you some drink as thanks. She grabs his shoulder and wiggles her eyebrows at him, careful. Eidolon's She-Hulk could become a thing on the cosplay porn tag. He deadpants, making her laugh again. Then Eidolon suddenly turns his head fast to look at the sky. What's wrong? She-Hulk asks. In the next second, a multicolored light crosses the clouds and disappears between the skyscrapers very far away from them. An intergalactic visit, he says before saying goodbye and flying away. The multicolored beam of light hits the ground of a park. The people around it ran away in panic, but still kept an eye on it. The beam of light finally ends, leaving the ground scarred with some circular inscriptions and a single man standing in the middle. A sonic boom is heard not long after and Eidolon lands close to the circle. Eidolon! A voice excitedly calls, "Thor, you son of Odin!" The two approach each other. Thor and Eidolon stand in front of each other and they crash in a handshake that creates a shockwave, pushing leaves and trees away. They boisterously laugh afterward. "I'm telling you, my friend. It was a huge mess. Jormungandr poison on Yggdrasil made it practically unusable. I needed to be sent personally by my father to all corners of the 9 realms to keep things peaceful. Mediate conflicts, defeat rebels, capture criminals," Thor says while gobbling some food. The two heroes are now in an open restaurant, eating at a table on the sidewalk, obviously attracting a lot of attention from the bystanders. And the waitress freaking out was a little funny to the two. "Sounds rough," Eidolon comments while reclining on the back legs of his chair. He is not eating anything while Thor enjoys his banquet. "I missed Midgard food," the Asgardian exclaims. Does booze and cooked boar lose the appeal? Chapter 321 to 340 is ended and next chapter 341 to 360 is here. Thanks for watching. If you want to suggest me anything, please comment. Thank you. Only true anime and Marvel fans will hit that subscribe button. Are you one of them? Comment on their favorite young adult fantasy audiobooks and check your other videos for more recommendations.